A little different than all the rest. I'm quite old-fashioned, wear a hat, sometimes play chess. And when I'm out, I'm looking for that vintage fling. But all complexions that I adore, so hard to find, these seem impossible to score. So I dream on to someday find that vintage love. I kept on looking, but everyone's such a bore. And out of a sudden, you came through the door.
Hello and welcome to Roll For It.
Welcome to Roll For It. Today we're playing our Good Morning Mages game, which is a Mage 5th edition hack based on Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition combined with Mage the Ascension. You can find the rules on our Discord or wherever.
So, we're continuing where we left off from last time. Hopefully you're all looking forward to it.
Of
Probably
course.
going to be fine.
No, put that away.
I'll resist. Right, in which case, I guess we will be getting on with that. We'll also do a small recap, but first we'll go through our announcements, then we'll do our shilling, and then we'll do our recap, and then everyone will explode. So, the Mage map and guide are now out on our Patreon, by the way. Those of you who've been wondering how our lovely map...
I was gonna scroll through the cards, but also the map. There it is.
Oh, also the map. There we go. Cards and map and everything.
Wait, hold
there's all
up. What do you
on
mean
the
people are
Patreon.
going to explode? We're not exploding, right?
Yet.
Oh, bloody hell.
Pray for no paradox today.
As long as no
Hashtag
one
pray
gets
for no
in
paradox.
any taxis heading rapidly out of Webley.
And then tells them to go faster.
I thought it would help, okay?
It's getting worse. What should we do? Make it worse faster.
I was impaired. Where were we before I distract ourselves? Right, the map. Look at the map. It's lovely.
Wait,
Beautiful
I
map.
closed it again. There's the map again.
God damn it, Bentham. How should you not know to read our minds? You're the worst. There you go. There's a lovely map. And also the info cards and stuff. That's all up on the Patreon. Also, the Last Ditch Season 2 finale is tomorrow. So the entire of the Last Ditch Season 2 is coming to a head tomorrow with basically a giant battle royale. Go check that out tomorrow. Same time. Same place.
It's a bit of a
Also,
battle
we
royale, yeah,
have...
we're going all Dawn of War on it.
There's also a new episode of Ascension next Thursday, and it is a new chapter. It's chapter 3 of Ascension, and we'll have a guest. And this guest will be Sally LePage, who's playing the most adorable owl ever, called Peachy. That is horrible owl.
It is very adorable.
Mm.
It's going to be very confusing that it's called Peachy, though. We already have a Peachy.
So there you go. Right. What else do we have? Sponsored by Roll20. Hi, we're sponsored by Roll20. It allows us to have cool giveaways. More on that in a moment. And also helps a little bit towards paying our lovely, lovely cast, who we like to pay because, you know, they need to eat so that they can be on the show. Otherwise, they tend to die, and then that's a problem when we need to find the replacements. Also, human rights and stuff. If you want to know about Roll20, we use them for like all of our shows pretty much. I think we've nearly always used them for all of our shows. There's like been one or two where we haven't had a tabletop game that would work, but pretty much everything has been done on Roll20 even before they sponsored us, because it allows us to do tabletop games on the internet, which is great because sometimes people live too far away for you to really reach a board like adequately. I can only play a game about maybe a meter and a bit away from me, so if you want to play on the internet, use the Roll20. It allows us to do cool things with maps, which you've already seen. Hence the map.
God damn it. I was topping up the stash.
How dare you? There you go. That's a map. That's Roll20. And it has, cool things you can do with tokens and stuff. You can also use it to make map pop-ups and so on. Yeah, you can find an affiliate link in the doobly-doo, the description, the chat sidebar, one of our info cards, wherever. I'm sure they'll be everywhere.
The pinned tweet. That's usually where you find giveaways.
Pinned tweet as well. There you go. Not that we get anything from the affiliate link, but if you want to click it and go over there and then do something, I'm sure they'll like us for it. Different tiers and stuff, like you can play for free, you can play at the pro level. If you play at the pro level, you get access to like all the cool dynamic lighting, and you make your own character sheets and your own code, and you run APIs and macros and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, there you go. I think that's it for announcements, except for the fact that thanks to them, we have a giveaway. Last week's giveaway was won by Loxian. And we will have another giveaway going up very shortly, which will be for another Vampire the Masquerade core rulebook on Roll20, so you can actually access it in Roll20 while you're playing the game. So if you want to get involved in that, check out our Twitter. There'll be details up in a few minutes. I believe it's to the shilling. And since I have a very important cup of tea downstairs, it's very important because it's the only cup of tea I have, Bentham, I'm going to let you do the shilling.
Let's do that. The way that you can support
Except-
Roll for It... Where?
Except I'm going to leave you
Uh-oh.
with maybe a different piece of music.
Okay. What's
What
happening?
about-
What's
Person only
going
has
on?
one cup of tea.
I mean, I got a bigger mug now, so...
Oh, I see. I retract my previous comment.
There it is. So the way that you're able to support Roll for It doing all the cool stuff that it does, we got cool shows with cool people on them, and those people deserve to be paid for their work. That's done with Patreon. Patreon is the main source of funding for Roll for It, and without it we wouldn't be able to do all the cool stuff that we do. There's a whole bunch of different tiers in there that give you a whole bunch of different rewards, including one unlimited to MP3s of all of our shows. After shows we record after every show, we talk about what happens in the show, character sheets, enemy character sheets, other behind the scenes thing. Of course, you can get things like the map for our game, as well as all the info cards about all the locations on the map, which took I'm sure ages to write, and me a smaller amount but still significant amount of ages to put into post form. You can also take part in polls. There's actually a poll going on right now for our Thursday Ascension show that we snuck in last minute about what's going to happen to our good friend Pietro Pangolin. He's choosing his own destiny now, which means you're voting for his destiny, and that's where he's going to go. But it's like he's choosing his own destiny. We're not anymore. He gets to do what he wants to do. So that vote's currently going on, and you can vote on that, and that'll determine what happens to him in the coming chapter, because we're wrapping up chapter 2 and starting chapter 3 next Thursday. You can also do other stuff as well. You can submit names for NPCs that will get randomly used throughout our shows. You can watch the monthly recaps where the admins talk about the events of the previous month, how all the shows are going and that kind of thing. And you can take part in a once-monthly game GM'd by a member of the Roll for It cast that is not on camera. It's just a private game that you get to be a part of. You can also support us in other places too. You can do the Twitch things, of course. You can drop us bits which appear in the cup down there. You can try and fill it up or empty it as you see fit, and it does a physics that's always fun to watch. Occasionally something gets caught on like the edge of the cup, which is fun, or sometimes things in the cup will just start spinning endlessly for the entire time, which is also cool. Let me try and make that happen. Oh, there we go. We got an edge piece. We got one on the edge. Oh, and then someone's nuked it. Awesome. Good timing, everyone, for throwing those in there. You can also, of course, do you can tip us, which appears on the screen. Read it out at the end of the show to thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. And you can also subscribe on Twitch, which gives you emotes and badges and immediate access to the Twitch VODs. Normally, you'd have to wait 24 hours for us to upload the VODs over on YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, you can become a YouTube member over there. That gives you emotes and badges. And being a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, or Patreon supporter will let you join the Discord, where you can talk about all the shows that are currently going, and some of the shows that have gone in the past with other fans of the shows, and also the casts. We like to get involved in there and read upon the theories and maybe put our own in. So there's all that stuff to do in there. There's role play rooms as well. You can mess around in. And place to do submit clips and GIFs. We super appreciate clips. Please clip cool stuff that happens as you see it, either on Twitch or on YouTube. You can only do it on Twitch as it's happening. You got to do it in the moment as it's live. Whereas YouTube, you can clip after the fact when you're watching in your own time. So they're both of their own use. And yeah, that's the Discord. You can also just support us by being here, just by showing up. We already super appreciate you doing that, because it makes the numbers go up and the website's like that, and it puts us higher in rankings and stuff, so more people can find us and see if they're into the cool stuff that we do. So we appreciate that too. We love it when you bring friends along as well. Just cut out the middleman and tell people that that we're doing this, that might be into it, because you never know. And then you can theorize about things together. It's always fun. It's always better watching shows that other people are watching, so that you can talk about the cool stuff that happens in them and all that. We appreciate when you press all the buttons as well, following and subscribing in the non-monetary fashion on YouTube, and all the other stuff too. Pressing bells if there are bells, and likes if there are likes, and all that kind of thing is awesome as well. And all that. We love to see you chatting as well. We love to read the Twitch chat. We love to read the YouTube comments. We try and keep track of all of that and see what everyone's saying. So that's super awesome too. And that's around about it. Let's get to it.
Yeah, that's way too much power.
It is indeed. So many things you can do.
It's true. It's true. Right. Who would like to do a little recap?
Nobody wants to do it.
I've got a very important cup of coffee here, so E, if you want to take it, the reins.
Okay,
what
reverse
happened
card.
last time? What happened last time? Right. Y'all, let's do a 3-episode recap. Everyone woke up, everyone went around their days. Teresa Thresher had some clients at her psychiatry office, and they were pretty terrible. She met a woman called Florence who wasn't terrible, but definitely needed some actual psychiatry help, and not Teresa Thresher, the totally not a serial killer. And so she sent her somewhere else. Hassan went around teaching, and everything's fine except for an odd black SUV. That was fine. And Hackett decided to go do a day as normal, met Teresa Thresher briefly, and was like, let's have some fun drinks with my friend. And then they went home. And then everyone did the day again as everything looped. Everyone was very confused. Hassan assaulted a black SUV, which people were kind of like, hey, get out, it belongs to an ambassador, also we're armed. Teresa Thresher was like, what the hell's going on? Oh, Florence is actually really, really nice. Oh, she's actually got like problems. Oh, let's actually try and help her. And actually did. Hackett was like, okay, this is very strange. I will measure, I will record. Let's check how everything is going. Florence came to Hackett and was like, hey, I love you, everything's great. And he was like, okay, this is weird. What's happened here? You met Teresa Thresher? She must be involved. And then Hassan bumped into Teresa Thresher in the bookstore, and they got chatting and realized that each of them was connected. And they were like, right, we both are in the loop together. Let's go to get food. They went to get food. They then decided to go into the park, and then they started getting paradox. They decided to go further into the park. They got more paradox. They got more paradox. They got more paradox. So they decided to come out of the park and get home as quickly as possible. And so they went down the A3 in a car. They went down the A3 in a car. They got paradox. They were like, go faster. They got more paradox. Hassan winked out of existence. Teresa Thresher started bleeding and got like temporary paradox and things. It was bad. She then had to go to a friend's house. The friend was one of her patients, not a friend. Totally found out that he may have an Oedipus complex and also have murdered his mother. Teresa Thresher then decided, yeah, he's a terrible person, but I'm also a terrible person, so I've got an idea. Let's have him set himself on fire. He set himself on fire. He knocked her out while trying to burn her to death. Then she woke up bloodied and bit burned and also bleeding from the paradox from earlier. Saw something explode in the sky and land nearby. Went over to figure out what's going on. Took a while to get through a stream. Almost slipped over and fell and died in the stream. So she came out the other side of the stream, burnt, bloodied, and sodden. Found a load of guys with like guns and radios and was like, ooh, they're doing something with quarantines and hazmat suits. I should investigate. Stepped on a twig and they were like, who are you? What are you doing? She's probably a mage. They trussed her, gagged her, bound her, tied her up, chucked her in the back of a van, and then tranquilized her. Meanwhile, Hackett was having a really nice day. He was like, oh, cool, hanging out. Teresa Thresher isn't the bar I met her the first time around. That's odd. I got a bit of paradox at this place. That was weird. Okay, and right, go home. Next loop. Turns out Hassan totally got reset and just carried the day as normal. Hackett calls up Teresa Thresher. Teresa Thresher's like, cool, okay, we'll meet up By the way, I'm totally going to get myself knocked out by Chester by trying to stab him with a pen, one of her early clients in the day.
But they didn't call.
and-
Hackett just showed up and
Yeah,
found
yeah.
that she'd been knocked out.
I'm truncating, okay?
You said we called. We didn't call.
Oh, do you want to recap then? I gave you the chance.
What
Feel
did-
free, Beth, take it away.
Well, if you're gonna recap it wrong, Hackett showed up at Mind Evolution and found that Thresher had been knocked out and doesn't know the exact details and, you know, might think differently. Because she did kind of stab him first. But yeah, that's what happened. Carry on.
No, you carry on. You've taken it now. You've got the hot potato.
Alright. Hassan called. He was the one who called, and then they, on the phone, decided to meet up. Thresher reminded Hassan that he was, in fact, in a time loop and had just forgotten about it. And then the whole gang met up at Hackett's house and theorized about what was going on and worked out a couple plans of action. Hackett was going to go and check out if there's a boundary in the north west of Webley. I forget what of the tasks the other two were going to do. Someone was going to go check out, I think, where the meteorite or whatever it was going to crash before it happened.
Yeah, that was me. I'm gonna go get shoes, the comfortable shoes, and like more appropriate hiking gear, and I'm gonna go.
Oh,
check
you're
out
going to go
the
shopping,
mark-
right? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, we need a
this
shopping
is why
montage.
I put this to the Discord. Hackett was going to the western edge to test out the paradox boundary. Hassan's off to talk to Avery, maybe check out the invisible thing in Cloister. And Thresher is going shopping for sensible shoes and scoping out Owlfield Heath before the technocracy arrives.
Sensible shoes.
I mean, you're wearing Louis Vuitton heels.
True.
I don't feel like
they're not
that's-
sensible.
No. They're fashionable,
Yes.
but not sensible. Great job with recapping.
I hate you all. Right. So, with that all said and done, we reconvene at Hackett's Haven after you've done a lot of theorizing, a lot of drawing on a chalkboard, and many experiments are whirring and purring and burring, and other sounds that have a lot of R's in them in the background. The three mages, all very disparate looks, sitting around. What do you plan on doing? It's early afternoon.
I think we all head off and do our particular tests. Gather back. Well, everyone should exchange phones. I mean, it'll erase
Oh,
in
right.
later in the day,
We,
but we might as well.
We installed that fancy app Telegraph.
Oh, we
got
did.
the static. And we shall be texting each other on that until such time as tomorrow, in which case we'll meet here again. I believe we agreed upon that. If not, we're agreeing upon it now.
And we could gather here at the same time of day if we all run out of things to do. I would say once you go to Cloister and check things out, I'd advise against, trying to poke the invisible thing if it's there.
You mean go through the park again?
Well, Cloister's a little bit short of the park. It does seem like it's beyond
It's the edge. Of the
nearest
boundary.
edges of the boundary.
Yeah.
I was able to
Look,
hang out there for some time with minimal impact, but still an impact.
If I poke, I poke. We'll see.
Well, if you
May I
don't come
remind you
back,
what
we'll know not
happened?
to poke the invisible things.
No, I would like to say the last time you poked, you almost got taken out.
If I remember correctly, I did get taken out, but by someone encouraging a taxi cab to go faster.
Oh, it's my fault now.
Neither of our faults. It's the person who put us in this mess. I joke, but in all seriousness, I may like testing things out, you may not, but regardless, we'll have to deal with each other. As the fact is, neither of us chose to be in this position, none of us did. And we're going to continue to be in this position until such time as we finish it. I woke you out, Teresa.
Yes. And I'm just going to grab my bag over the crook of my elbow and just turn and start heading out the apartment.
Remember, Hackett, Alfred, which one do you prefer? Doctor?
Alfred is fine.
We'll see you at Oldfield Heath tonight. We're all meeting up there, remember? I grabbed my cane from the hook I placed it on. Yes, I wrote that down so I remembered that I did it and walk with Teresa outside. Yeah, and I am going to go talk to Avery first, but one thing at a time.
I'll gather my things and I'll head out on my own mission.
So, wait, am I getting static?
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
That's
Please tell me that's not intentional.
okay. Is that better now?
Yeah.
I still
And
heard a little
then-
bit of it for
oh.
a second.
That's very strange. Sorry about that.
I think
Okay.
it's
Better?
talk more.
Testing.
a little bit of it.
There's,
that's
yeah,
really
there's a
odd.
tiny bit, but it's much less than before. It could just be like
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
fan noise or something.
I-
That was very
Come
weird.
back.
You had a loose
Right.
connection.
Okay. What about now? Is that better? Is that better?
Seems
Is that
fine.
better? Better?
I think
Turn
it
off
sounds
the
better.
AC. Okay. Right. In which case, Thrasher's heading to the shops. Hackett, where are you heading?
I'm heading. Let's see. Bring up the map. I'm gonna basically go towards Lower Webley. Just keep walking till something odd happens. I'm gonna go slowly, just to make sure I don't accidentally blunder into like Paradox 4 territory before I start noticing.
And I'm heading towards Afterglow.
Oh, you're heading to Afterglow. Okay. Right. In which case, we'll continue with Hackett, since you'll probably get there first. You head out. Everyone else is leaving off in the other direction. As you go kind of left from here, sort of towards the westerly direction, you need to go north a bit, and then you can take a hard left and go west further. As you go north, you get to here. Roll my paradox dice.
Oh,
As you
already.
suddenly feel that pressure wash over you a little bit, you can feel a little bit of a prickling. Your spider sense goes off that normally you associate with when you cast, or at least when you do your enlightened science.
I think that was no paradox, right?
Mm-hmm.
But am I aware that I've kind of hit some sort of threshold? I turn back.
Okay.
I'm gonna try going down to like this point, and then following this road to the west. And also,
From
Hackett
Paradox Dice.
will be walking with he'll have his AA roadmap, and he'll be like, when he feels something like a boundary, he's gonna like mark it.
Okay. You go straight this road. You have to navigate around kind of the intersection here. But you get as far as there before, again, you feel that prickling, that kind of burning sensation on your skin. Normally associated with an experiment gone wrong.
I'll quickly turn around and head back again.
Okay.
And then, seeing as, everyone else has got much longer journeys to travel and more things to get done, I've got some time. So I think what I'll do is I will head south from here onto, like, this road, and then start following that past UCL South towards Hinley.
And you need to ping for us.
And then, like, heading down that road.
You want to go this way?
Yeah.
Okay. You get to about here before, again, you experience that, and you kind of get a little bit of nausea as you feel something washed over you. Something that is not right.
No paradox. So I just took one from that previous one. And otherwise,
Okay.
it went pretty okay. I'm going to call that good. And, yeah, for a little bit, I will head home and start marking all this stuff out on the map.
Okay.
So, can I draw on our map? Am I allowed to do that?
Yes, but I will have to wipe it at the end of each loop.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I think I gotta
Feel free to draw.
gotta lift it up a bit because it can't actually see the whole thing with the current positioning.
Oh,
There it is.
there we go.
Okay.
Right. While you're drawing on the map, then we will cut over to Teresa Thresher, who has a pretty easy straight line south into the commercial estate. What are you doing?
I'm heading over. What kind of shops are over here? Is it, like higher end or lower end? shopping.
Mixed. It's a huge commercial estate. Like literally, this is, like a kilometer long, 300 meters to, 700 meters wide chunk of just mall, commercial estate. There are businesses that also would cater to other businesses, like firms that make like plastic shapes and so on and bits, car dealerships, etc. Like there's a lot of stuff here.
Is there a Gucci?
Sure, there is a Gucci.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Gucci, and the only reason I know this is because I saw a YouTuber buy like sweatpants and sneakers from a Gucci once. So I'm gonna go to Gucci and buy sneakers and sweatpants set that's probably incredibly overpriced, but it's Gucci.
And I assume, what is your resources for everyone at home?
Let me double check that. I have a 3 in resources.
You can totally afford them, and to be honest, you could put them on the credit card. They'd be wiped at the end of the loop anyway. So yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna head to Gucci and get myself some sensible hiking gear from Gucci.
Okay. Easily done. Where did you go after that?
I would probably awkwardly, maybe it wouldn't be that bad because I seem like I would hopefully belong in a Gucci, that they'd let me change in the dressing room out of my dress into my new Gucci sweatsuit set. And I would look at my phone to pull up a Google map or a map of some kind to see if I can walk to Little Allfield, or
Sure.
if
I mean, there is also a bus that comes through the commercial estate and goes down there.
I would
and
not take a bus. Dr. Thresher would not take a bus.
That's true. You could take a taxi. I know you had a bad experience with that last time.
I'm afraid of taxis now because I saw Hassan disappear inside of one. So
You could.
I think if it's within, I walk a lot, so I would assume that if it's not too far, I would just start walking towards Little Oldfield.
It's we're about 2 miles.
Oh yeah, I would do that. I'll be like, oh, it's my exercise for the day.
Okay. And Hassan.
Well, obviously, I'm going to go to the Gucci. I'm sorry. That was amazing. All right,
Okay.
I'm up to Afterglow to see Avery.
Okay. Is Avery going to be an Afterglow?
She's around. Okay, so here's what I was told.
Mhm.
They went to Afterglow around dinner time, where Thresher met a cute guy who also happens to be Hackett's.
Right. So that was
Boyfriend?
about 8 p.m. It was after 8
Right.
p.m. They left about 9. So it is only about 2 p.m. right now. So bear in mind, you've got 7 hours to kill.
I'm gonna hit the cloister first, actually. Then.
Okay.
I should risk Paradox, I'm assuming.
Roll me Paradox dice.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
As you walk towards Paradox, you remember kind of the the buildings on the side. You see like where you went past in the taxi and Paradox dice.
Yeah, I gained Paradox.
Okay. Do you want to continue? Cloister's only just ahead.
Yeah, I did promise to check into it, so I go inside.
It's closed at the moment. It is, as a club, it only opens later on, but you can have a look around the outside if you want.
Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and sense any spirit by looking through the. There's a window. I can look through the window. It's a church. Was a church.
It has a fence around it, but it's not a problem to really scale that. It'll just take you a few moments. It won't even be a
Can I-
roll, to be honest.
Unlock the door instead, considering I have a cane and scaling it. He may be very dexterous, but scaling it, that seems like a bad choice.
Up to you. If you want to try and well, see, like the gate is not really, there's no real gate. It's a kind of metal railing around, a little bit of garden around it, which is like 5 meter strip of grass, and then a pathway that leads up. The pathway isn't gated at all. It's just the fence runs parallel with the path, so you can go straight up to the front door. It's just there's no way to look in through the front door. It's the side windows themselves. You have to climb over the fence.
All right, I'll climb
there
over
might
the
be
fence.
somewhere around the back that's got a gate, but not around the front.
Actually, that's probably a better idea. I go around the back.
Yeah, you see a gate.
I unlock the gate.
Okay, make me a larceny dex roll.
Larceny dex. That's 4 dice. It's not bad. 3 successes is not bad either.
Yeah, it takes you about a minute, and then there's a click, and you padlock off.
Everyone's wondering why the religions professor has a 2 in larceny. But that's for later. Yeah, I'm gonna scout the area, check inside through the windows, and most notably feel with spirit specifically. I guess I could do forces, but I don't feel like it's a force. It was described as life, matter, and invisible. If it has spirit is what I'm concerned about. If it is indeed a person, it would.
Make a spirit wits roll.
I'll try. 1 success.
You don't really detect anything.
Checking around, is there anything unusual?
Define unusual.
Any signs that it's been broken into by anyone other than me? Place is also a place where I've been before, so if there's more cameras than there should be, I'd probably notice if I was looking for it.
Investigation wits roll, because it's not like you're studying it, you're just taking a little bit of time to see if there's anything that catches your eye that seems out of place. 2. No. It seems like security has been upped in like the last year or so, but you are kind of aware of that. Just a little bit of more CCTV cameras. The old ones have been taken out and they put in like the little black globes in the little bezel. Nothing particularly new.
Okay. I think that's the most I'm going to get. I know where to find Avery. And it's not around Afterglow. It's past the red letter. Yep. At least around this time. So I head towards the web.
Normally about 7 p.m. She's not around this time.
What should I do? Let me just double check my schedule. Do I have a class today? I probably do. I always do. What am I saying?
You did tell your TA that you weren't going to be able to make any today, and you, I believe, called in sick or something.
What time is it? Yeah, I did.
It's probably about now, it's a bit of a walk, so about 3 p.m.
Okay, 3 p.m. means I don't have classes anymore. I think what I will do is head back to... Oh, you know what I do? I head towards the Twisted... Oh, I probably should, not alone, but I'm going to anyways. I head towards the Twisted Route to check more of the park.
Roll me 2 paradox dice.
Yeah, I will. And you can't use willpower rerolls for this, I'm assuming.
No. Because they're all quiet dice. Yep, you take 1 paradox as you can feel that kind of intense burning sensation kind of fill inside of you a little bit as you find paradox latch on, reality forcing its way back against you. You wish to continue?
Yeah, but I'll go south towards...
Okay, you want to like cut south rather than going... It's southeast from here and then south straight.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Yep.
This time, though...
Roll me 1 paradox dice.
1 paradox dice. You got it, my friend. I should have said you don't got it.
As you see Yorick Park stretching off to your left since you're going south. You make your way to Twisted Route?
While I'm walking, I'd like to look at the edges of the park to see if there's something abnormal. Basically, what I've done is I've walked into the paradox field now and again. Are things different within it, or are things the same? And more importantly, does it feel like we're being watched?
Unfortunately, the latter part is outside the scope of perception, but you may make a perception wits roll to see if there is anything looks different, looks out of place, anything like that.
Perception wits roll. Awareness wits roll.
That's the one.
It's D&D.
7 with a critical hit. Okay. Yeah, you don't notice anything particularly odd. The area inside the actual like paradox zone or whatever you're calling it seems to be just as normal as everywhere else. It only seems to be affecting you. No one else is having any sort of reaction as they're walking the directions you walk, because you notice people like walking in and out past, towards Whopping Cross. Like everyone seems to be perfectly normal. No one is like hesitating or realizing something weird is going on. No, it just does seem to be you that's gaining that effect, and obviously your compatriots. As you look across Yorick Park, it does seem to be pretty empty. A few people walking around, etc. Twisted Route seems to be as normal. It does seem like everything is going vaguely normally over here.
All right. There's a little archway in York Park. I've known it rather well. I'm going to write a note saying, "Call me tonight," hoping that it gets to the right person, and just tuck it in there, and then head towards the commercial.
Where in York Park is this archway?
This is what happens when you create things on the fly. It's probably right here, roughly in that area where the Y is in York, or maybe it's actually this is probably more accurate, right? Roughly around that area.
Roll me a paradox dice
It's worth it.
as you walk into York Park.
By the way, can I backlash early, or do I have to wait till I reach 10? Great.
Casting spells that botch causes it to backlash, and some GM-defined events. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You take a point of paradox.
I did. Yep.
Yep. You place the note in the little arch. Oops, sorry. I'm grabbing Bentham's doohickey. I'm going to send that to the back.
My circle.
I'm going to send that to the back. And retracing your steps back, Twisted Route, you take normal paradox.
Okay, so I've got a couple hours left. I do know Thresher's heading towards the little old field. I think it's probably best if I head towards that direction and then head towards the commercial estate at around 7.
Okay, so it's probably about 3:30 for you right now. Yeah, you can get there probably for a little after 4.
Mm-hmm.
As you get to here, make me a wits awareness check.
Oh, I'd love to.
Oh.
For a second, I swear I heard, "Roll me another paradox dice," and I almost cried.
Perfect, it's working.
That would ruin the circle that I just made.
I'm gonna actually spend willpower and reroll those 3 dice.
Okay.
So that's 5 successes.
Okay. Hell, up here you are when you notice it. Parked right here is a pretty large black SUV. Blacked out windows. And in fact, I'm going to go ahead and I will put that there for you.
Ooh, I have a little token. Love that. I'm going to open up my notebook to where, because we did have this. I pretended like it was the first loop, so I've taken notes on the other one. And write down this one's license plate as well. Does it seem different than the last one?
The license plate's a different number.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Otherwise, they look almost exactly the same. I mean, you have got 5 checks on your awareness, so I will say you notice like faint different marks. Like there is like a small scuff mark on like the rear bumper of this one.
I walk towards it, seeing if it will, like the last one, try and drive away.
Okay. Are you walking towards it with purpose, or are you trying to stealth?
No, I'm trying to see if it will drive away like the last one, which means if does it recognize me or not. So I will walk towards it with purpose.
Okay. You
Wow.
walk right up to it.
I knock on the door with my cane.
The door opens. A man gets out, black suit, black tie, sunglasses.
I'm not looking at him. I'm looking towards the moment he opens the door. I'm looking towards the back of the car.
Make a wits perception check. Wits awareness check.
Sometimes it's good having one's memory back. Yeah. 3 successes.
Great. Okay. As you can just kind of see in the back, you briefly catch sight of 2 people in like thick body armor. You notice the butt of a weapon in there as well before the man obscures your view. Sorry, sir, this is an ongoing police matter. Holds out a license. You see it does say like full on like Metropolitan Police Service. And they just step away, please, and try not to raise an alarm. There is a known criminal in the area.
Oh, I am so sorry. I'm looking for the there's a library around here. Do you know where that is?
So you're probably looking for Hockham Library. It's just up the road, go north, and then take a left in a few roads' time. You'll see it signed.
Oh, thank you. I hope you find your baddie or whatever. And then I'll walk around. So I'm gonna extend my trip to Oldfield a little bit by walking up and then around and then south.
Okay. That will change your arrival time.
Yep, that's fine.
Doop. Doop. Doop.
Oh, screw it! I get a cab. I go up to like roughly there, and then get a cab from there.
Okay.
Because it's
just ask the cab to take you a long way around.
It's still gonna be quicker.
Okay. That will probably bring us to Hackett. You get back to Haven at about, I want to say about 4. Maybe about 4:30.
He lays the map out. He marks the very specific locations where he encountered Paradox. So the 3 spots he just went to in Cloister, and then he more vaguely marks where he thinks the things happen with the taxi. He's got the 2 different points, like where it began and where it ended, and kind of marks those roughly. And then marks near to Thresh's Airbnb, as was pointed out, and then also Yorick Park. And then he gets out like some string and like a compass and a pen, and just ties the ends, and then works at a distance, and then just draws a big circle around the map.
Okay.
Then he kind of steps back and looks at it, and then with a bit more, work with like string and stuff to kind of, get positionings right. He works out the center and realizes that it sits pretty much spot on to the Webley South Transport Depot, and he circles that.
Okay.
Then he folds up the map, pockets it, and he's going to set off to Oldfield Heath.
A combined rail siding and lorry park feeding the nearby Webley commercial estate. The area has several sheds for loading and unloading lorries and short-term parking for trains while this takes place. Okay.
For the North Americans, a lorry is a truck.
Right. Are you getting a taxi or are you just heading down on foot?
Considering the distance, probably best to get a taxi. And
Okay.
I'd go for buses. You go for the buses.
I can see Hackett getting onto a bus, just like... okay.
The bus just
In
goes
which
like
case-
dum when he steps in.
You'll all get there roughly a similar time, so I'm going to quickly just adjust that to your team up.
The other thing with buses is they have set routes, so you can determine whether the route will go in or out of the circle.
Right. Trees of Thresher, you get to Little Oldfield first. It is a pretty sleepy village. In fact, I will pull up the description. Sleepy suburban village. Little Oldfield has resisted becoming subsumed into the Greater London area and has several bylaws imposed regarding local occupancy. As such, the houses tend to be cheaper and more local orientated than the suburban villages. Combined with the flood risk from the nearby river, most inhabitants have lifelong residents and have a reputation for being leery of newer developments. So, you get there. It seems to be a load of relatively quaint buildings. A number of them seem to be what you describe as kind of like house cottages, all kind of clustered together. Definitely not as sleek or modern as a lot of the buildings in actual Webley itself.
Okay. So, I mean, I've come to this area quite a bit, specifically Swamp. When I get there, well, the first thing I'm wondering is, do I feel tired? Because I haven't actually slept with each reset. Feel fine.
You feel like doing a bit of walking. You feel a slight tiredness from like doing a lot of walking today and so on, but other than that, not really. There's definitely a lot of like ache in your head and neck, but that's probably from being punched out earlier.
Oh yeah, that would make me feel crappy. Oh, when I went to the Gucci store, did anyone say anything about the giant bruise on my face?
Oh, I assumed you make up it
I probably
as best you
did
could.
stop and
Yeah.
did some touch up on my way to Gucci. When I get there, I'm going to survey the swamp area. Do I notice anything out of the usual?
Make me a wits or intelligence investigation. Intelligence will be like you spend longer, you have a proper look around. Wits is more like you have a little bit of a see what you can detect from a 30-minute look, a 30-second look.
Okay, I feel like I would do investigate because I mean this is my task for the day,
Yeah.
so I feel like I'd
Wits
sit
or
down
intelligence
and-
though.
Wits are intelligence.
Yeah, wits would be a 30-second kind of glance with a kind of what is different, and investigate like intelligence will be going and properly doing a search.
I would do an intelligence. Like,
Okay.
I realize the day's probably going to reset, so if my Gucci shoes get a little dirty, it'll be fine. So I'm going to try to maybe get in the weeds, if you will, to see if I find anything.
Fair enough.
3 success.
Okay. You go around Oldfield Heath, and Hassan, as you get towards there, you like get the taxi to pull over, and you can see out the window Teresa Thrasher in her new Gucci wear, up to her ankles in mud.
Oh, good grief! This is going to be a nightmare.
You want to be dropped in, mate?
Yeah, thanks. I pull out like the only change I have.
Right, it's London prices, so that'll be like £10.50.
No, I already have like the amount plus. Literally, just empty my wallet for this poor person.
Oh, thank you very much.
There's not much in there. There's like 15 pounds max. And I head towards Thresher.
Pressure.
You
It's about what you'd expect. There seems to be no sign of anything that happened last night here.
all
Yes,
right?
I probably heard the car pull up, but I was so deep. I'm like, I'm already in here. I gotta like look around. There's nothing here. It's just swamp. There's nothing weird or.
Is this the location? Or was the location south of here, west of here, east of here? Direction.
Am I like 100% sure this is the spot?
I mean, it's in Oldfield Heath,
Mm-hmm.
and it's kind of barren. Like, there are trees around the edge because it gets nice and waterlogged enough for the trees to be able to get water. But the bit in the center, even when the water drains, is too waterlogged for trees to get enough purchase regularly because they will just fall over. The roots will not have purchase. So it's pretty empty. And you can see from here, like, unless something is properly deep in the mud, there is nothing visible. It just seems to be... Pretty much what you'd expect. You didn't visit it this morning, but it's pretty much exactly the same.
I'm pretty sure this is the right area because that's where they caught me. And I'd point to the spot where I was hogtied. So it was in this general vicinity, and there's nothing here besides muck.
All right. Tell me, and I pull out my notebook. So how many people did you see?
Well, I know for sure the 2 that hogtied me, and then there was a bunch of hazmat suits. I didn't count. I didn't.
Okay, close your eyes. Try and imagine it again. How many people do you see?
So I'd close my eyes and I would try to count the number of people that I saw.
Int resolve.
Okay.
Memory checks.
Woo! Didn't take eidetic memory, and now I'm wondering
None
if
of
I
us
should.
did.
It was. I
Mistake.
considered it and everything. I was like, I won't need that.
So did
I know.
I.
You saw a good deal of people, like easily 12. And that's just off what you saw. Probably more than that, because there was people off to the side who were obviously at the cars, and then there were maybe 1 or 2 inside the tent as well. So this group could have easily numbered over the 20.
Okay.
Guards and the people in the hazmat suits.
I'd have my eyes closed. There was a tent. There were cars. There was people in hazmat suits and fake police costumes. I don't know, maybe 15 to 20 people?
Okay. Black SUVs?
Yes.
How many?
I would close my eyes again. Do I need to roll again, or would I know how many cars there were?
Go off that roll again. It's the same memory. You only saw very briefly, and you were kind of being held, so you can only see kind of one direction. But you saw 3 black SUVs to your memory.
Okay.
But there were additional vehicles. You weren't put into an SUV. You were put into the back of what appeared to be like a large van.
Okay. I think there were 3 SUVs, and then I wasn't actually put in SUV. I thought I was, but it was a van.
I go on Telegraph and I message Hackett. If you go back to your home, check around for an SUV.
Heck it.
I
You get
don't
off the
tell
bus stop as you get this message.
Like a second later, I come round the corner waving. Little too late, I'm afraid.
Oh, next time. There was one around Mind Evolution. And I know there's one around UCL. There's maybe more technocracy than we think.
That's a good sign. It means they're already inside the area.
It also means they're watching us.
I wonder
So
if
should we
we're
be
part
looking
of-
for SUVs now?
I'd keep an eye out.
No. We already have 2. And we know when the rest come here. The only one that's accounted for is what's watching Hackett. So next time you wake up at home, Alfred, check around.
Will do.
When they say that about the SUV, can I quickly scan my memory as best as I can to see if there was a black
And
SUV?
resolve.
Mostly I'm concerned about what happened to Wallace and if anybody was watching. 2?
Oh no, the technocracy saw me murder.
Uh-oh.
You don't
I'm sure
recall a
that-
black SUV.
Okay. I don't say
I think that
anything.
you're too quiet and it freaks me the hell out.
I know.
All right. So what we have, I struggle in a circle, pointing out the things that Thresher's already pointed out to Alfred. Name the number of people, the number of cars, 3 SUVs to her knowledge plus a van. And they don't arrive until, what time was it? 10 p.m.?
Yeah, it was around
after 10 p.m. That's all you recall.
It was sometime after 10 p.m. Luckily, I woke up in air quotes, in Mind Evolution, but I was not in the best frame of mind to be ripped out of that situation into a very normal one.
God, you could hide anything here.
I don't say anything, but I look around and silently agree.
Where exactly do you think the object landed? Did you get a look at it, or at least a look at a crater or something?
Well, I didn't see a crater, but they set up a tent and they marked things off, and I'm like still standing in the muck, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure it was right here. And
This
like I
was the
start
middle of the
kicking
night.
around some of the muck.
This was
But
the
there's
middle
nothing
of
here.
the night. They didn't have flashlights or torches. He conscientiously uses the American term before the British one.
They did have lights. I was, mind you, crawling around in the brush, so I didn't have like a view from being stood up. So I was trying to
kind
be
of lights?
sneaky. What?
What kind of lights?
There were lights on the trucks, right?
It was setting up floodlights.
Yeah. They were setting up floodlights. There was some lights from the cars. There wasn't.
You see that, and Hassan visibly smirks. Floodlights. Beautiful. Ah, the things Hassan can do with floodlights. All right.
Definitely-
So
They were ready for something to land, that much is clear. They had the equipment in place.
No, I was crossing the river, which was very
I don't
slippery.
mean in place in the location. They needed to wait for the thing to land, but once it did,
Oh.
they had everything they needed to set up a base of operations around it.
more importantly, they knew when it was going to land.
Well, I don't know about that, but maybe they did, because I didn't want to fall in the river and drown. I know that sounds silly, but I was already pretty hurt from earlier, and it took me a long time. And as I was crossing the river, then I heard a bunch of cars speed by. So if I had gotten there earlier, I may have seen something more.
The fact that they're already here waiting suggests that they might know that it's happening today, but not when. Or where.
Also, every single one of them is above the M25, the SUVs that we know about. If these are the same SUVs, they would have had to travel a considerable distance. Well, not considerable, but you know.
There were a
The
lot of
point-
lights in the sky, and this was the only one that landed. So I don't know if one of those lights lands somewhere different every night, but this was the one that landed last night.
Where did they come from?
And I would point down the road.
As
The
Thresher points, I already look in a kind of northwest direction. That makes sense.
wait, like you do that before I point?
Probably at the same time. It's like I'm expecting you to point that way.
Okay, I won't think anything's weird about that.
I mean,
Wait.
Hackett then pulls out his map and like just kind of like shakes it out open and holds it up. I tested the boundary in a few places. It formed a curve. The curve matched up with the rest of the points you described. I can't be exactly sure, but this circle is roughly what you could expect the boundary to be.
That's
the
a rather
center of
small
it
circle.
is in that direction. Webley South Transport Depot. Slap bang in the middle.
So I can't go home.
No, your Airbnb is outside the circle.
I mean, my flat's in Camden, so
The good
Okay,
news is
I
I
guess-
don't think we need to sleep from what we've seen so far.
I like
Well,
sleeping.
sometimes it'd be nice to just kind of forget what's happening for a little while.
Change clothes. I look pointedly at Hackett.
You can all stay at mine if you want. You have permission to come over, and I mean my clothes won't be your sizes, but you can sit down. A cup of tea.
All right. Hold on, we need to clean up.
Hassan, you've got several texts waiting for you on your phone saying, hey, you're not doing your drop-in things. I had some questions about this. You've got like 3 texts.
At some point, I'm gonna get a text from my tutoring pupil.
Wait, hold up. The first loop, no one showed up, or one person showed up. The second loop, one person showed up.
You had one
Now-
person show up who asked you a question, then there were like 2 others who showed up very briefly and just said hi or whatever.
Oh, this is the same amount. Okay, I'm overthinking.
In fairness, you probably wouldn't have text off each of them. You probably have one person references, hey, me and my friend, or me and so-and-so checked, or whatever. You'd probably only have 2 texts, but they reference 3 people.
I'm going to message Elin, actually.
Okay.
Because I know Elin stays in the Little Oldfield, even though right now she's halfway across. I'm in town, I say. Do you mind if I use your shower quickly? I kind of got myself covered in muck and I don't want to trek across half of London. Mess. I look at
It takes
Thresher.
a few minutes to get a
There's-
reply back because she's working. But when they do reply, you get, Hassan, you want to use my shower? Fine, go for it. The spare key is not under the mat. I'm not that dumb. It is under the flower pot at the far end.
Yeah. All right. If we're done here, I think I know a place where we can get washed up, and then we can head off on what we're ever going to do, unless someone wants to stay around here until, well, the baddies show up.
I don't think there'll be anything to see here until probably 9 p.m. to be safe.
Avery won't show up till at Afterglow until past 8, because you didn't see her and I didn't see her when I walked past either. As for the thing in Cloister, there wasn't anything, so it shows up later.
Have either of you talked to the SUV people?
Yes,
I haven't yet seen one of these.
Okay,
I've seen
so
them twice. Yeah.
when you talked to them,
Mhm.
how did it go? Did they give you any information?
They think they call themselves police. They say they're Metropolitan Police. And they have the right IDs, at least as far as I can tell. 2 are in the front with suits in both SUVs. 2 are in the back, full fatigues, with guns.
Here's the thing. First of all, calling them Mets is super weird. that's just like a baseball team back home. Or
Oh, yeah,
second,
we do that here. It's called the Met sometimes.
Hmm.
okay, besides
It's fine.
that,
We'll
I
call
guess.
the police. It's okay. Carry on.
All right. Well, the Mets, I can also adapt. I feel like I saw them put on a fake police uniform, so they're probably obviously not Mets. Did you demand answers? I will. If I see one of these, I'm going to talk to them.
I do, but they also have massive guns, and last I checked, none of us have wanted to see what
Are they
happens
going to
when you
shoot
die.
you? This is all in public, right? Are they just going to
In
get
one
out their
case,
AR-15s and shoot you?
in one case, it's an UCL, and they're pretending that they're walking around with an ambassador. The other case, it's a little alley in front of Mind Evolution. No one's going to notice if they shoot down some random man with a cane.
Even if someone does notice, everything's gonna reset.
I don't
Except
think.
maybe me.
We might
No
not.
one would
seeing
notice.
as part of us is outside of the loop anyway.
Okay, well, Mind Evolution has got a very high clientele. I doubt that someone being shot outside of it would go unnoticed. At least Dr. Fates wouldn't hear of that and then allow it to happen. So I'm going to go find an SUV. Then I get out of the muck and I start walking up the road.
Wait, hold up. Listen, there's a place nearby. At least I can ask Elin if you can borrow some of their clothes.
I think this is perfect. If they see me and I'm a woman in distress, they gotta help me.
I think you should be careful about antagonizing them. They could be the architects of this entire thing.
Oh god, this is going to be terrible. Everyone's going to hate me for this, but Hassan definitely mutters, yeah, a white woman in distress.
I would look at him. I don't disagree. That's why, in a situation like this, it might be used to our advantage.
I don't know that they're gonna care. I think best thing to do is just see what they do. We can be here before they are and see what lands. You can work out what to do from there, and then
Not to mention
I'd say we
haven't-
get out of here before they arrive, but watch from a distance, see what they do with the object.
Not to mention, this is loop 2. We don't know what's going to happen in loop 3, but odds are the same thing, the same SUVs. I've had the same SUV in both the first time and both loops. So you can wait until next time.
They may well be part of the loop, but it does seem like the technocracy has evolved, and they may still be architects of the entire thing, and either something's gone wrong, or they've thrown some of their own people into the mess, which wouldn't surprise me.
Regardless, we're having enough arguments. If you want to do this, Teresa, fine. Take Hackett with you.
I can handle myself, but also, you two were not hogtied and thrown in the back of the van. I feel like I need to get some answers. So, here's the thing. I was hogtied and thrown in the back of a van, and then I was fine yesterday morning, but I just feel like there's things to get done, and maybe this is something to get done.
I'd rather stick to observing where possible for now. We don't know what our influence could do to this loop. If we break the loop at the wrong time, we could cause all sorts of trouble for ourselves.
Oh, I've broken the loop 1,000 times. It's fine.
What? We're on the second loop.
I've broken the loop too.
Well, the first time round, I decided that best to figure out exactly what's going on, so I went about poking my nose where it didn't belong.
I mean, break the loop as in end it, which we want to do, but if we mess it up, it could go wrong for us. If the loop doesn't happen when we're in the back of a van being taken somewhere by the technocracy, that is not a way that I'd want to come out of this.
The first time, Hackett, I was in Camden, getting a call from my friend. The second time, I winked out of existence in a cab. The loop has been broken, and quite drastically so. I think anything short of
ended.
death.
Right now, the loop still happens. You came back when the loop reset, so currently that's our safety net. As much as the loop is the problem and the thing we need to solve, at the moment it's helping us. We can be a little bit more gung-ho with how we deal with things as long as we know the loop is going to continue. But if we start messing with the technocracy, who could be the ones who made the loop, we could end it in the worst possible time.
let's just say we all have variables here, and you two seem very scientifically based, and I do things a little differently. I'll get you some more information to figure out some of these variables. I won't blow up the loop, okay? I won't do anything that will implode the world, hopefully. I'm just going to ask a few questions if I find an SUV.
Well, I'll extend the
like
offer
Hassan
that I
did.
can come with you if you want, but if not, I'm happy to be as far away as possible if you're gonna start interrogating technocracy.
Okay, so I'm not super familiar with the technocracy. I feel like I would look from Hassan to Hackett. Okay, so you two seem to know a lot more about this technocracy than I am. They're not to be trifled with. I know that from last night. However, they have affected my life as well as both of yours. And even though they have guns, and even though they have what looks like official badges, I don't believe that they're actually who they say they are.
Oh, definitely not. There's definitely some kind of charade going on here. They're posing as police to keep the unenlightened off their back while they work out where whatever it is they're after lands.
Look, I'm gonna just point this out. The truth is, they're like Hackett, except they're worse. Hackett at least accepts people different than him. The technocracy doesn't. Anyone who does... Remember when Hackett called you a spell user? Sorry, Alfred, what did you say?
I forget the exact term. I know that, you know, the both of you prefer to think of these things as spells that we do and magic. It's not what I would call it, and yeah, the technocracy would definitely not call it that, but they would also say that I do magic, so
exactly.
They're strange people.
My point is that my point is that your very existence, Teresa, your very existence is a threat to them, an affront, an offense. It's not you as a person, it's you as a capable, as an enlightened or awakened or ascended, whatever you want to call it. You're an anathema.
And I can understand that. I just think in the last 24 hours, 48 hours, how many loops we've done, my experience has been slightly different. I've actually encountered these people firsthand, allegedly. And
So have I.
What happened to you after you disappeared?
I started all over. I disappeared in the van. I woke up getting my wallet nicked again, going about my day, forgetting that you exist. Well, not that you existed. I've read your book. That Hackett existed, or that there ever was a mean you in that night in the Twisted Root.
And you didn't remember all of it. You remembered parts of it, but also, do you have like a gap of time that you do not remember?
No.
For the first loop? The second?
I'm assuming that I don't have a gap of time.
As I said last time, you've got maybe 50% of your memories back. The important ones, because you rolled so well. You're a little bit jumbled, but you can kind of put it all together. It's not like you're missing memories so much as it's all kind of just a bit of a jumble and hazy in places. But
there's probably things. I heard what you said, E. There's probably things that I'm missing, but there's no gap. There's a... Oh, damn, I left the letter in Costa. Forgot about that.
A letter?
I just wanted to check to see if the... Remember I mentioned something about the world looping is supposed to... Never mind, I can check it later. My point is that... I understand your fear. I understand your concern.
It's not very much fear. It's more frustration at this point. I don't know, you don't know me for very long, but I'm a very strong, independent woman, which is very cliche to say, but it's the truth about me. I've survived alone for a very long time. I don't take well to being hogtied and thrown in the back of a van.
Mm-hmm.
And I can understand trying to figure out what's going on, but sometimes you got to push back a little bit. More than you would like, or more than what's comfortable.
I'm not saying don't do that. I'm saying that please be careful.
I promise I
I'm
will
not,
be.
I'm not saying this from a scientific point of view, mate. This is not me. Alfred and I are two very different people.
Bing boom.
I'm afraid for you.
I guess the way that I think about it is, say something happens to me, then I'm one less pain in the ass that you two have to deal with.
You're not a pain in the ass, mate. I think you're just a person stuck in a very bad situation. And I don't like that for you. If I could help, I would.
I don't like that for you two either, and so maybe my methods, I know you're not such a fan of my book, Dr. Hassan, but I tend to push things a little bit. I don't know why I would do that differently here.
You know, I will say this. You're a lot different than your book.
Like I said before, maybe you forgot I have layers.
I did forget. Good to be reminded. Head off if you must. Oh, hold on. I literally pull out a handkerchief from my blazer. In case.
What's that for?
You got a little mud.
Oh, thank you. I would take the handkerchief and start wiping down wherever I think there might be too much mud. And then I would look from Hassan to Hackett. Thank you for understanding, and hopefully I'll see you later. And I'll turn around and start walking towards mind evolution.
As that's happening, Hackett's just put it, like, he briefly pulled his phone out of his pocket and put it back in again, and then he pulls the phone out of his pocket again and goes, huh.
You're gonna get yourself bloody killed.
Here's something interesting. Someone that I don't know where he lives. I try and think, like, do I know where James Asquith lives vaguely?
Up here in Webley Bridge. Ish. You're not sure exactly in Webley Bridge?
I switched, ping it again, I switched back to the map.
Something wrong, Alfred.
Somewhere up here.
An interesting observation. There's someone who texts me at around about 5 o'clock each time in the loop because I'm supposed to be tutoring them and they never show up. This time, well, both times previously, I've responded promptly to the text. This time I left it for a minute and he's sent more, but I don't think he lives inside the circle I marked. Which means my replies to him still affected his response.
You think?
He didn't send these last time, I don't, as far as I know.
I think one of my theories might be correct. I think no one's being reset, Nate. I think we are. There's no loop. There's no grand scale loop. There's just us being shunted back again and again and again. For what reason, I don't know. Good time traveling.
We are actually being transported back through time. But then why is there a limit? If it's us being physically sent back, then shouldn't we be able to go anywhere?
You
I'm not
forget that
sure.
we're being watched. I mean, I know that we haven't seen SUV outside your house, but I'm sure if I showed up, I'd be able to find it. This could be some form of test. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the Technocracy was no fan of you existing.
Well, they're not a fan of any of us existing.
My
But in
point.
that case, I mean, if they were able to cast these spells on us, then they have access to us. Why didn't they just kill us? Unless they want to perform some kind of experiment, which I guess what your friend has been talking about. There are two ways I understand you can time travel. Either you actually send us back through time, which seems like a much more difficult process, and actually allows us to live through the day again. The day that happened no longer happened, and a new one begins exactly the same as before. Or you fake it. You make a limited area revert. You turn the clock back in that one space. That's what I thought was going on, and that's why there's a barrier. Time outside the barrier is still passing.
But it's not.
But in here it keeps going back and back, which means that for every day we're in here, every day we loop, another real day passes outside, and I don't know if I want to see what happens when they reconcile, and definitely not the further and further apart they get.
I don't think that's the case, mate.
It could be the first kind, which is not what I was thinking, but it is possible.
Because it's a more complex spell. Someone would have... It's not more complex. It's more... Someone would have had to send us back. Which means someone intentionally cast a spell on us directly. That's the difficult rub, right? If it's an area effect, you just do an area effect. It's simple. Everyone caught in that area gets stuck in that area. You do something like this. Someone had to find Thresher, someone had to find me, someone had to find you and cast the same spell on us. And it has to have been the same spell cast 3 separate times because there's no correspondence on it, and we haven't met up until this point.
Unless we meet up in the future.
I will point out that bear in mind that while you've perceived the spell briefly, you haven't studied the spell in detail. It is a complex spell, and you're aware that there are components that you haven't noticed or been able to figure out just yet. If at any point you do wish to spend an excess amount of time, and that would be with an int rather than with a wits component, you may do so.
Yeah, but we do know that there is no correspondence sphere.
There isn't an active correspondence effect on it, no. But you would only be able to perceive an active component that is actually currently happening. If something like was used as an area effect and then was just left, the correspondence wouldn't be active anymore, but you might see trace remains of it if you studied it.
Two different possibilities. One, the effect was created a day and a half ago at whatever the time was. I pull out my notepad at 2:51 in the morning. At that exact moment, for some reason we don't know, someone did that to us, or it was done later, indeterminate amount of time later. Could be years even. Maybe many years of the future have played out, and then someone, maybe even ourselves, decided to replay this time. We wouldn't know. We'd only experience it as the effect dictated that was made. So it could be that we gathered at a later time after 2:51 a.m. and decided that we had to begin things again. Maybe we messed it up somehow, or whoever did it messed it up, and so we don't remember what we're supposed to remember, or maybe it has to reset at 2:51 a.m. and no later. So it is possible that it is just us being sent back, and that either someone was able to do that to us all at the same time shortly, 36 hours ago, or sometime later on someone decided to put us into this because they needed something.
Fuck time magic. I'm sorry.
No, it's a reasonable thing to state. It makes everything more complicated. Never dabbled in this kind of thing before.
There's a reason why I didn't.
I think there's plenty of blooming reasons.
Alright. Where are you heading to next?
I'm not sure at this point. I've determined the limits of the circle. There is one place that is obvious to go to, which is the center, but I wonder if we should wait.
I'd agree.
I'm of the mind that before we approach any dangerous situation, we all do so as a team and carefully with planning. Which doesn't seem to be the prevailing opinion necessarily, but it's what I'd like to try and work towards, so I think we should all go to the depot together, possibly in the next loop.
I mean, if they show up tonight here, well, we know exactly how they're going to set up. Again, you see a smirk on Hassan's face.
I'm not sure if we should interfere or just let it play out, see what happens. We know that
I'd
if
wanna
we do
get a-
nothing, it will reset.
Didn't Thresher mention something about them collecting something? I'd want a piece of whatever they're having.
The most obvious circumstance is that something is apparently launched from over there, lands here, and they know that it's going to land, but they don't know when or where, and they're just ready and waiting for when it does because they want it, whatever it is. But somehow something about this process goes wrong. It seems most likely that these are the people that would set this whole thing in motion, but it could be something later on that like we've decided or someone else we know. While I definitely hate people messing with causality, I can see a future in which I would, live through a situation where, the technocracy gets hold of some extremely powerful artifact they can use to wipe us out or something, and I go in search of someone who can manipulate time to try and have another chance. Though if I did that, I'd send myself back with memories. So I don't know. So it may be that the technocracy screws up, they reset things, and give it another go, but they're doing it the same every time by the looks of it.
We'll see. The biggest part is, and you should remember this, we have our memories. Someone intentionally made sure that we were aware of what was happening to us. Paradox situation aside. My paradox situation aside.
And whose side are they on? Is the big question.
And why did they choose us? If they're powerful enough to do that without us knowing, why aren't they stopping it themselves? Unless, of course, they did this. Both effects. Intentionally. And if so...
We definitely need to see what the object is that lands, and we'll get time to see that.
Anyway,
and then we need to see what's in the depot, and I think that will give us a lot of answers.
You
he's
might
still
want to answer
texting
that.
me. I should probably just tell him that it's fine. I'll reply saying, yeah, no problem. Sure, I reply to can do 5 p.m. Hopefully better by then. Sorry, Mr. Hackett. And he says Mr. Hackett again, so yep, no, he's still...
5 p.m. That's not too... Oh, tomorrow at 5 p.m., of course.
Yeah, it's never going to happen, so I don't need to worry about it. Well, it will happen one time, but... I'll be happy for the change in scenery at that point, I expect.
Right, Alfred, I want you to know something. I'm rather exclusive with someone, but I would like you to I would like to invite you to come with me to Cloister tonight, if you don't mind.
We can give it a look. Just
I want to see
try
what your
not to
invisible
go
friend is
poking
like.
the invisible things. Let's just try and learn more about it. We'll put our heads together, you can learn some properties of it.
You are a very slow, methodical person, Alfred.
I don't want to mess this up. There's many ways we can mess it up, I'm sure, and we don't know what they are yet.
I clap my hand on his back. Yeah, I'm the exact opposite.
That worries me. Just know if everything starts exploding, if some invisible guy starts stabbing you, there's not much I can do about it.
Well, I'm certain the worst that's going to happen is that one of us is going to get a nail on our foot. It's a bar. Nothing to worry about.
There's a few things to worry about, but we can go and take a look.
Oh, heck, if that's what you're worried about, mate, you are a very attractive man. I'm sure you can get many numbers tonight.
I'm just saying, just don't mess with the invisible thing. Let's learn about it. Let's see what it is. Before we, I'd like to learn about whether poking it is going to kill us or end the loop or both before we do the poking of it that kills us or ends the loop or both.
I don't say anything because I don't want to lie to him. But I do, clap my hand on his back again.
Just
That's
shake
a
my
gay
head.
bar.
Alright. When does Cloister open?
Did you say that out loud?
No, this is to gem. Okay, 8 p.m. So we could go there at 8 p.m. See if there's an invisible thing there.
I anticipated you wanting to go to places at different times, it seems.
Interesting. It was like almost
I
like
know.
a meticulously planned out day with specific timings for various events or something.
Oh god, everywhere I had to plan a full day at everywhere. That's the problem. Yes, it opens at 8 p.m.
And we keep on adding places too.
I know.
And now imagine
And removing
as
places.
just imagining like as we're walking away and like the camera pans up and it's like dawn of 6 p.m. 6 hours remain.
Yeah, it definitely says like loop 2 and then Donis.
Okay,
I can imagine this as a television show. I'd watch it.
so
Oh, yeah.
are you all going to Avery's to get a shower?
Elan's? Yeah,
Elan's, sorry.
if we're going to the gay bar, I do need to look good, so yes.
Hackett didn't go clumping around in the mud.
Okay.
Neither
Are you
did
getting in the
Hassan,
shower with
really. It was
Hassan?
just sure. But I wash my boots, it's fine.
Okay. Right. You go to Elan's. You get showered. Cool. What's the plan now? You're gonna go to Cloister. You can do anything beforehand? You just want to go now?
Nothing else I want to do yet, so I think I would just head to Cloister for 8 p.m.
I would tell Hackett I would meet him at Cloister because I'm gonna head towards Avery's Afterglow spot. Around 7:30. Because I did want to
Okay.
talk to her.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And where's Thresher going?
I was headed where Hassan said that he saw a SUV in the alleyway.
Okay.
So
So it does appear you're all going in the same direction to begin
I got a
with.
head start.
Okay. Okay. So, with Thresher there,
Yeah.
we have, I guess, Hackett and Hassan.
Did Hornsby and Sons
together.
just move?
Whoops.
I just saw this in the distance. We see a tailor shop flying through the air.
Whee! That's currently traveling right now because things are going to happen, I guess. I don't know what's going to happen, but something. Thresher, let's deal with you.
I had that exact
We're
same
gonna
feeling.
be
Okay,
going
You
by
know-
on like a bus, and we're just gonna see like
I'm
Thresher
just
like
I'm on fire running around. Paradox got me.
So,
Being chased by the ghost of Wallace.
you spot the SUV parked over in a small car park off to the side.
How am I feeling right now? Like, does anything feel like weird or tingly?
No.
All right, that's good.
Your face a little bit, but other than that.
Okay. I'm going to go up to the SUV to the passenger side, and I'm gonna knock on the window.
Okay, let me check. Are you sneaking up or are you just...
No, I'm going up, and I want them to see me coming.
Okay. As you get close, the door opens and a man in a black suit, black tie, white shirt, sunglasses, a little wire into his ear for an earbud, gets out. Good ma'am, police operation in process. Can you please head away from the SUV?
Can I see some ID, please?
He holds up what appears to be an ID. Let me just check something real quick.
It's the Star Spangled Banner. Like,
Make me a resolve +2 roll.
resolve +2. Okay,
Just resolve +2 dice.
for success.
Okay. As he holds up his badge, you see it flicker, and then the colors begin to run in the badge. And you suddenly are aware that whatever that is, that's trying to make you realize it's something else. It's actually just an ID that's blank with a mind effect on it.
goddamn psychic paper.
Interesting. How your badge glitches in and out on that. Is it like one of those things kids have where they like can move it in the light and it changes and shows something on it?
How do you mean, ma'am?
Well, as you may or may not know, my place of business is not too far from here, and I just would like to know why there's an SUV just kind of hanging out outside it makes my clients nervous. Just like think I'm standing there in my like dirty Gucci stuff.
Ma'am, would you mind just stepping back 1 second?
No, I'm talking to you right now. It seems like you and how many friends or whoever is in your car
The
have been
back door
talking.
opens and two individuals in black body armor, black helmets, Metropolitan Police, a firearms response unit on their shoulders get out, guns not pointed at you but held low, and start beginning to flank you. The other individual at the front of the car gets out from the passenger side, moves around.
I take one small step back just to give myself some room. And I want to
Ma'am,
look up and
stay
down
right there,
their
ma'am.
armor.
You pardon?
I want to look up their armor and I want to see if it's got the similar effect as the badge.
Okay, yeah, you
or
look at
something.
it.
Yeah.
No, doesn't seem to be an effect obvious there.
I learned about you. You're Mets. We have a baseball team called the New York Mets where I come from.
Metropolitan Police
interesting.
Service, ma'am, please stay where you are.
I'm just curious. I mean, in such a suburban area, why you would have guns like that out?
Metropolitan Police Service, this is part of our firearms response team. We're looking for a dangerous individual. It could be you. We need you to just stay where you are, put your knees on the
It could
ground,
be
kneel
me.
down. Kneel
Okay.
down on the ground, please.
No, I refuse to because your badge isn't real.
Take up. One of them behind you fires a taser at you.
Can I do something about it?
I need you to make me a wits perception to see if you see it, because they're flanking
Okay.
around. It's hard to see all of them.
Damn it with their tasers, man.
I mean,
Fair
there are worse alternatives.
Why can't I find perception on here?
Awareness, sorry.
Okay. I was like, am I just...
My bad.
No, there's so many things. 2 success?
You don't really catch this. I would need 3 really because it's behind you. Let me check.
Can I spend...
You may willpower only one, I'm afraid, because the other 2 are quiet.
You know what?
dice.
I'm going to try it because I don't want to be hogtied
Okay.
again. 1 reroll. 1 success.
1 success. Okay. You may make a dodge roll on this if you wish, or you may make some sort of other attempt. You can also do reactive spell casting.
That's what I'm trying to do. I don't know if I want to do reactive spell casting, primarily because I'm not the most dexterous woman. Can I cast Can I cast some entropy to see if the chance of it hitting me? I want to reduce the chance of it hitting me.
Not really at 2. 2, you can only
Okay.
affect kind of large scope events rather than like specific targeted events.
Okay. Can I influence the emotion of...
Only crudely you can push an emotion. What emotion would you want to push?
guilt of trying to hit me with a taser? And so they would hopefully... Maybe guilt's not the right thing.
Okay. It depends on the person. Some people are going to be more resistant to that if they're well trained and stuff. Like a civilian who's like a bit worried might that throw them, but someone who's hardened and trained about something will probably not have a guilt affect them unless you push a lot of guilt. Like the threshold is
Alright.
going to be different on different people. But if you want to give it a go, it would be mind plus a ret -2 for reactive, -1 for subtle.
I feel like I go through all these quick processes in my head, like, oh, I could try to influence this, or I could try to do this. And I look over this guy who's got essentially looks like he came out of Call of Duty. And so I think instead I will just try to jump out of the way of it, because there's probably more of a likelihood of me succeeding at that than.
Okay. Athletics dexterity.
Okay, cool. I got Gucci shoes on. This is my moment. 2?
2 and 2. I believe it is whoever's trying to do the action wins. Let me just double check.
+1 for Gucci.
I mean, you do have a 1 you could reroll. Let me check if you'll need to do that. Vampire. The Masquerade. With ties. The initiate the contest wins on ties. Yep. If you want, though, you may reroll that single dice with the willpower.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
No, didn't work out.
The taser hits you squarely in the back, doing net 0, so only 3 superficial damage. So if you can mark 3 superficial damage.
Okay.
Okay. Effectively, we're going to combat now. They're all surrounding you. What do you wish to do?
No. I'm going to start screaming for help.
Sure. Okay. You have curses 1, right?
No, that we took it off at the end of last session.
Oh yeah, we did. Okay. Feel free to make me a what would it be? Manipulation, persuasion, manipulation, subterfuge. Manipulation, subterfuge, probably. You're trying to act a certain way. No,
Okay, and while-
manipulation, performance, right?
Okay, that works. I would, as I'm like yelling, I'd be calling out for Mindy, just in the chance that she's nearby at Mind Evolution, and so you just hear her screaming, "Mindy, help me! Oh my gosh, somebody help me!" just over and over again. So okay, manipulation, or success, a
Messy critical. Okay. Look. Although successful, the character successes come with a side effect as the callous comes to the fore. Attempting to knock out an enemy hits them. How do you scream for help and make it callous?
Make it callous?
It's got to be callous. Somehow you are callously disregarding other people, yet you're screaming for help. And it is successful.
All right, how do you callously scream for help? So I'm disregarding other people?
You disregard like life and other things around you. You like a puppy walks in front of you and you're like, perfect. And then you're like stamp on the puppy and you're like, look at the puppy, look what they did to my puppy. That's the kind of thing. Like you are just
okay.
Don't have emotion about anything else.
Can I do a scan around me? Are there any other, like, besides the men who are surrounding me from this van, who else is in my peripheral?
There's a few people that backed away quite a way because of the whole conversation with the police like getting out, surrounding you, waiting on people back when that was going on. So there's no one particularly close. That's the thing.
Okay. Then can I quickly scan my environment? I don't want a puppy anywhere. But can I just like do a quick scan around me to see if
There's
there's
maybe
anything?
like a homeless guy just around the corner nearby.
I would be screaming for help, and then I would start screaming about that homeless man attacked me. They should be focusing on the homeless man. That's the thing that's the problem, and I'm getting blamed for it, and that homeless man attacked me, and they're doing nothing about it. And so I would start screaming about that.
Like one individual nearby. Oh, I know who this is.
No, it's a named
That's-
NPC.
It's scary. I know who this is.
Uh-oh.
You see Jules McLaren, the bartender you know oh so well from Afterglow, at the end of the street. Look over. Hey, what do you think you're doing? What do you think you're doing with One of the soldiers, one of the guys in the black suits, turns around and starts like talking to him. The other three still engaging you, however,
Okay.
and they are going. That is effectively what you're doing. They're gonna attempt to tase you. If you would like to make me another athletics dexterity roll.
Okay, no one see. I mean, but Jules is there now, so Jules is gonna see the tasing happening.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
We decided to walk, right, Bentham? You and I? North?
Possibly. I mean, we're going that direction. Walking would probably
One
get
sec-
us there in time, so we'd probably just walk.
You take 5 superficial damage.
Okay, so what does that mean if I'm like already at just 5
You
total?
fill it up, and then if you have any left, they overflow. So you then double up, and once a superficial that take another superficial become aggravated, lethal kind of.
Okay.
And I think if you're full on superficially, you're knocked out, right?
Yep, and any further overflow. And with that pressure, as you get zapped again and you fall convulsing to the floor, you pass out.
So it's a party in Thresher's Loop.
Let me have a look at some of these other ones. I need to figure out Jules for a second.
One day Thresher's gonna finish a loop not in the back of a technocracy van, but today is not the day.
It's not that day. Was I tased last time too? I'm pretty sure they tased me last time too.
No, they tranked you last time.
Oh, they tranked me.
Okay.
Hey, you just keep on getting knocked out, love.
My specialty. What can I say?
Next time they're gonna show up with a Nerf bat. Just
start hitting me with a Nerf bat.
So, we cut. We're going to move you down here for the moment. We're going to cut to Hackett and Hassan, who, as you're on the bus going past, you don't see a black SUV there.
shit.
Has it moved?
If it moved, hold on. I call Dr. Thresher.
It's like, and as Hackett realizes, he's like, oh no.
It rings. It rings.
And
It
he
goes
just
to
walked up
voicemail.
to it and they drove off.
If that were the case, she would pick up the bloody phone.
Hackett, it's your stop.
It's both our stops, right, basically?
Yeah.
You could get off.
There's one further stop you can get off Afterglow, but you can both get off if you want.
Hackett will get off at this spot.
Yeah, I'll tap off my Oyster card and get off too.
Okay, I'll turn this one into Hackett.
My best guess at where she might be if she's got on the wrong side of them is maybe at the depot.
So instead of Steps 9 Oldfield Heath, do you want to charge the depot and see what happens?
Good look over there. I have no idea if that's actually where they're going, though. But it is the center of the circle. Could just
Right.
wait for the loop to end, and then we might just all go back to where we were, but
If you really want to
I
risk
can't be
that,
sure. Yeah, I can't be sure. Well, let's go. We might see where the thing launches from, if it does come from there.
yeah, well, okay, go to Cloister. I'll meet you there. Let's need to talk to Avery. Fucking hell.
Damn it,
And with that-
there's no easy way to locate her. I don't have those kind of that kind of expertise.
I got a 0 in technology. I can't track her phone.
Wait, no, oh wait, no, you have correspondence, right?
One dot.
Oh. Hmm. Locating is relatively easy. It might be possible. I'm not sure.
And the sympathetic link.
Sympathetic.
And Hackett
She's
wouldn't
one of
know
the only
because
people who's-
Hackett doesn't have correspondence, but
Can I try to use wits and correspondence to see if I can tell where Thresher is?
Unfortunately, no, you would need 2 for that. One only gives you the current locational sense. If you wish to cast a spell to locate someone, that's again casting needs 2+. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Can I tell the general distance between myself and Thresher?
Again, no. Correspondence 1 just gives you a perfect knowledge of distances and your kind of layout of your surroundings.
Gotcha.
And also correspondence effects. So you go up to Afterglow. It is probably about 5:45. You know that she'll be out front of Afterglow about 8. No, about 9 it was. And Hackett heads over to Cloister. Are you going to go into Cloister?
Well, I
Are you
think
gonna-
we're now skipping that. We're gonna go maybe check out the depot, see if we can find out where the car's gone.
Do
That's
you
probably
want
a good idea, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't be sure if Thresh is in the kind of danger that means she doesn't come back next loop.
Okay.
We don't know what happens when people die. Because no one told us.
Could be anything.
Let me re-team you up then.
I do appreciate these tokens. It's smart.
It's nice.
Hey, roll 20. Rollable tokens. Well, as Thrasher contorts, judders, convulses, and eventually falls over, smacking her head against the side of the car, which means her superficial is overflowing into aggravated. Jules McLaren, you see faintly shouting at a guy who's warding him off, showing him a badge. Hackett and Hassan realize that something has probably gone dreadfully wrong. She's not picking up her phone, and the SUV that was parked is no longer there. We are going to go to a break, and we will be back in about 8 minutes and see what they can locate at the Webley South Transport Depot.
Let's see if you can survive this.
I don't know.
We were
Not looking
wondering
so
why.
good.
Alright. See you shortly.
Home with a smile, smoky moon, like a shiver, all the shadows fade away. All your streets are empty lights begin to sway. For it.
Wait, hold on. There's a thing.
Hi. We're doing a poll on Twitter, and we'll do one on Twitch. We wish you to know, we want to know, which is your most loathed of Thresh's clients? We want to know, which one is the most absolutely loathed?
We have Chester. Wallace.
I don't know about this bloody thing.
Wallace.
Mother, you look like Mother. Can we snuggle?
Serafina.
Whatever. He was just the worst, but I still totally slept with him.
And Florence.
Oh, you look like you've had a hard day. Would you like a scone?
Put in your votes now.
It'll
Any
take
people
a sec to
Florence-
pull this up on Twitch.
Wait, we'll go back to the break. Get your snacks, but also do the poll.
Stockholm love. fashion where I had sometimes played chess. And when I'm out, I'm looking for that vintage fling. But all complexions that I adore, so hard to find, these seem impossible to score. So I dream on to someday find that vintage love. I kept on looking, but everyone's such a bore. And out of a sudden, you came through the door. At the next table, your whiskey neat. The lights were dimmed as our eyes met, moves on me. And forevermore, I like to share that vintage stream. And I kept on looking, but everyone's such a bore. Out of a sudden, you came through the door. At the next table, your whiskey neat. The lights were dim. A little different than all the rest. A quite old fashioned where I had sometimes played chess. And when I'm out, I'm looking for that vintage fling. But all complexions that I adore, so hard to find, these seem impossible to score. So I dream on to someday find that vintage love. I kept on looking, but everyone's such a bore.
Hello, everything broke. I don't know what happened, but it happened. We're back. Yeah, basically.
Yeah. So, as we get back, it's getting late. It's probably about
Hey,
6:30.
what were the poll results? Who won?
Oh, there was a poll, right? Do you want to read the Twitter one, and I'll read the Twitch one?
Okay.
So we did a poll about which of Thresh's clients is the worst, and from least worst to most worst on Twitter, Bentham, what was number 4?
Hang on, I've got to vote in the poll in order to see it.
Oh,
Ooh.
voted? Why did you not vote? I voted.
Okay, I've never
Vote,
voted.
remember
Oh
to
no,
vote.
I made it a tie by my vote.
Bentham!
But in 4th place, as it should be for this poll, is Florence.
And on the Twitch poll, in 4th place is Florence.
Makes sense. Everyone who voted for Florence, you are the worst people. How dare you?
Yep.
Wow. Who did vote for Florence? I need to know
I
names.
need names and addresses.
Okay,
Tell
more
us so
people
we can tell the
voted, and
technocracy.
the poll is no longer a tie for me.
Okay, who's third?
Third is Seraphina.
We have Wallace here.
Ah.
I don't know who that is, but
Yeah, I know they did.
And who's
must
Wallace?
Have mistyped some name in the poll there.
yeah. Okay.
Crazy.
Junior's 3 clients. Why are there 4 options? And who's second?
Wallace.
Seraphina, which means we
Okay.
both have.
Of course.
Wait for it. Not that one. This
the-
one.
Anyway, that's just how I feel about it. What do you think?
Of course.
I'm
It's
very
the worst.
pleased when the worst client treated us better. Very much, she is a woman after all, so it doesn't really matter what clients are worse and what are not. It probably is a good sign. Yes. Anyway, I'll see you at the beginning of next loop, and maybe next time I'll actually show you how to do psychiatry properly or something. Yes.
He
I'll
doesn't deserve
explain to you.
Biggles.
No,
I'm just
Biggles
gonna
deserves better.
I'm just gonna book an actual therapy appointment. 1 second.
Teresa the Thresher turns at your therapy appointment. No, cancel. Right, so we are coming back in as Thresher is unconscious somewhere after being tased. Hackett and Hassan are no longer going to a gay club together. They have decided that their bromance is going to have to go on hold, and instead they are going to go and search for Thresher. The search for Thresher. So, what's the plan? Where do you go? What do you do?
Good morning, Thresher.
We gotta. I mean, I guess there probably won't be a bus that goes to the depot, but we can get close and then go on foot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can take a bus to the commercial estate.
Makes sense.
Let's go to the
commercial
mall.
Okay. So, it gets dark. As you wait for your bus, you get on your bus, you take the bus all the way past there.
estate. We do keep an eye out for black SUVs as we go, just in case.
Yeah, and I
Okay.
pray before we get on the bus.
You'll need it. Make a deception wits roll.
Deception?
Deception. Oh, awareness.
Awareness.
Sorry.
Awareness wits, okay. It's alright.
That's academic.
You GM too many games. It's understandable.
Yet again, I'm GMing 100% of games on roll for it as of next week.
Congratulations.
2.
Ooh.
By the way,
Okay.
tune in
4.
for the last episode of the Last Ditch. Tomorrow.
So, Hassan, you glimpse the sight just as the bus turns down here between several buildings of a figure in an anorak, long bedraggled hair, holding up a large placard, maybe, but you only glimpse it briefly. You think it's Avery as you drive past.
Right, I'm getting off. It's probably the best time to catch her. I'll meet you down at the transport depot. Stay in touch.
Oh, we could stay together. Oh, is it your friend?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I say that
I'll-
literally as I'm tapping off the bus. Yeah, otherwise I would invite you. Just keep an eye on things.
Fair enough. Best I'm not there. I'll head on and take it slow and steady. Keep in touch by the phone.
Because this means that next time we can go to our cloister date without any distractions.
Okay. You'll have to get off here, Hackett, because that's as close as you can get, and you'll have
Right,
to walk.
will do.
So you both actually get off at the same stop and go in opposite directions. It'll take you long to get to the transport depot. So, with that, you approach the intersection where there is a small gap between both roads here, where there is kind of a little bit of a plaza. A lot of people going to and from UCL go through here because there's a lot of transport stuff over here, like the station. And so you get a lot of students going back and forth. And it is that time of day. And as you walk over, you can see a familiar form. Avery, with a large placard saying, "The end has happened." It's all an experiment. You're all being... And listens to me. Not worth my time.
Hello, Avery.
Hassan, have you been?
What do you mean, where have I been? I've been in the same place I'm always.
Yeah. Look. They're gonna reset everything. The world is how do I explain this? They're gonna start it all from scratch. From the base
What?
up, from the base up.
I'd like to extend my senses and double check. Are there any spells in the spheres I know about on our dear friend Avery?
Sure. Make me a spirit and a mind. I need two, one for each. And a correspondence. But no, that'll use the same as spirit because you've both got one in those, right?
Yeah.
So
don't
I need
have
a
anything in
separate
mind.
forces and a separate spirit wits.
Okay.
So the spirit one will
forces-
also double for your correspondence.
Right, that's forces, 2 successes,
Two successes, it would be an instability if it is a fail, but it's not.
and 3 successes for spirit.
Good. Okay. Forces. Nothing abnormal.
Is there still gravity? Good.
Yeah, nothing abnormal. Not nothing, otherwise that would be a very bad day. With the spirit, however, as you ply your spirit and correspondence sense around the area and you reach out, you feel the normal hubbub of people going about their days, people's souls everywhere nearby, people tired, people lethargic, people psyched for what's happening Friday night. And on Avery, there is nothing.
Wait, nothing, not even a presence.
No spirit at all.
What could be the cause of someone not having any spirit?
Make an occult intelligence roll. None of your specialisms apply.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Do you wish to roll those other two?
Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. Oh no, hold on. My keyboard is messing up. 3 successes.
Okay. There's a few, but the most obvious and most common one that comes to mind is vampire. You haven't seen her during the day since she dropped out. This is normally where she starts. You start seeing her during the day.
People in the Discord called it. And people in the YouTube comments, jeez.
Look, they're gonna reset. They're start everything from the ground up. Everything's an experiment. It's a trial. It's the first.
Avery?
Yeah.
Avery, I need you to breathe. What happened?
What happened? Society failed.
After ethics class one night, you were hurt. What happened?
What do you mean?
When was the last time you walked in the day?
Make a persuasion charisma check.
I'd love to, yeah. Whoa, no, we're not doing that. Good success.
Stepping backwards, she puts a good deal of distance very quickly. Can't know. You can't know. You can't know. No. Can't know. Gonna start
Avery?
it all again.
They've already done so.
And they'll do it again.
And they're going to keep doing it until you start being honest with me.
Being honest. I'm gonna be honest with you. You're not being honest with me.
Fine. I will. Come with me. I take her a little away from the hustle and bustle. If she'll let me.
One success. She isn't biting. She just keeps moving backwards. Trying to make distance with you.
Oh, that's gonna be bad. I pull out a little pocket knife and
Okay.
my thumb a little bit.
Three successes on your occult. You notice there is no visible change in her demeanor. Let's see If this holds. Yeah, no. There's no visible change in her demeanor. You would know from your occult that she doesn't appear to be hungry. Otherwise, there might be more of a change, but she seems to ignore it. Let me just check something real quick. Okay.
I'd like to do a little. No, you know what? We'll leave that for now. Avery, I know what you are. I'm trying to tell you what I am. I need to know what you know because we need to stop it.
People are gonna go. We're gonna take everyone out one by one. They're gonna feed them. They're gonna eat on them. They're gonna turn them into slurry. They're gonna reset. They're gonna take everyone. They're gonna take us all. We're gonna be working. You could be the one. Be the one. She steps around a corner.
I rush around the corner.
She's not there.
I think about the many things that she could be referencing. Not necessarily whatever the technocracy is up to, not necessarily whatever this time loop is up to, but even things like, the recent sort of wiping out of Kindred in London, which I do know about. I think we did emphasize that with the second episode.
Occult, you'd know the very basics of it, yeah.
Yeah. And also the whole turning people into slurry thing to feed on them. It's pretty off. That kind of fills in itself. Well, that probably has nothing to do with fucking anything. I scribbled down the words "I'm sorry, Avery," and just place it on the floor in the alley, in full view, and walk away.
Okay.
And I'll head towards the transport depot, where I'm assuming Hackett already is.
Hackett. As you head towards the transport depot, you notice that obviously there's a train track that runs parallel. There's a big switch up ahead. As you head closer, what is your plan? You're muted. But the moustache is moving in a very pleasing way.
So, is this private land, or are there like roads going through it that someone could conceivably be on without?
If you're going in here, it is a dead end. It is a transport depot. Only like lorries, trucks that are going to park and unload, or trains that are being unloaded and cars that are being moved in here. This isn't like, it's owned by the commercial estate and by the train service that runs the section, which would be, I do actually have a name for the train service. It is called Southwestern Locomotives, SWL.
So is there like one road coming in and out?
Yep.
Then I'm probably gonna go into the trees and bushes, and be just in sight of that road and watch to see what comes in and out in case there are any black SUVs.
Okay. You're gonna be further away, but you will get a bonus to stealth because you're kind of maintaining distance and you're gonna be in the trees and bushes. Give me a stealth roll, stealth, dexterity, and you can have a +3 because you're both distant and you are going to be in the trees. It'll make it hard to see though.
+3. 5.
Okay. Okay.
Oh god, something rolled a 7. On way less dice than me. Not fair.
Make me a wits awareness roll as you kind of perceive.
Okay. 2.
Um.
Something is rolling really well against me.
So,
I will message Hassan to say like I've set up I've posted up in the shrubs on like this side of this road. Help him track me down.
You hear someone walking towards you, kind of in plain view as they come around a tree, maybe like 20 meters away. It's an individual in long overalls, and they walk towards you, kind of like, "Hey, excuse me, what are you doing over there?" They look to be like mid-20s, maybe 30. Short cut, brown hair, kind of denim overalls.
I'm gonna kind of pop out of my terrible hiding place and be like, "Oh, sorry, I was just going for an evening stroll. I seem to have stumbled into this place. I can head straight back that way if this is private land. Sorry, not many good places to walk around here."
Subterfuge manipulation, please.
Okay, fortunately, these are things that I am terrible at. That could be worse, actually. 1 success. I'm gonna willpower it. Actually, have we regained willpower this session, or is it based on?
You should have. You should have reset at the beginning of the session. You removed your resolve or composure, whichever is higher from your willpower track.
Fantastic. Then, yeah, definitely going to spend 1 willpower just to reroll that 1 die because it might make a difference. Is it a quiet die when you do? It doesn't matter, probably, right?
You can't reroll a quiet die.
Oh yes, yeah. I suppose it's okay. A reroll of an existing non-quiet die. It's still a fail, so overall it's 1.
Let me check. That's why you should use the willpower reroll button, Bentham. That's on your sheet.
Oh yeah, there's a button for that.
Yeah. Because it rerolls as non-quiet die. It doesn't ask you about quiet die. Let me check something.
How is it I enjoy being this fearful about basic tests in a game like this? Oh, bloody heck.
This NPC is incredible.
Briefly, a shake of the head. And let me check something.
Where is Thresher when you need her? Only one of us is good at lying.
I have some talents. Okay.
Oh, firearms, hey? Okay.
Yeah, you take 5 points of superficial damage as a taser thuds into your back from the guy who circled around you didn't see.
Oh, I don't get a chance to see him.
You are not aware of it. I'm sorry, you failed the stealth perception roll. I rolled a lot. As you are shocked and you feel your muscles contort.
Damn it, I actually have good reactive cast for this.
How much health are you on?
How much did I take?
5.
5 superficial. I'm on 2.
In which case, we go to combat time!
Uh-oh.
Right. What do you want to do? You're now aware that there's some behind you.
So this guy in front of me, does he have any visible weapon?
He seems to be pulling something out of his overall.
Oh, lordy. Okay. I'm going to spin around to look at the guy behind me.
Yeah, you notice there is a guy behind you. This guy, however, is actually in full-on like black suit, earpiece, and has moved up behind you and now has a taser in one hand.
Is it the kind of taser where like once you've deployed it, it's done, or could he still like use it?
Make me a firearms int roll.
Okay. Three successes?
This looks like quite an advanced taser of some kind. You're pretty sure it could fire multiple times.
He can just keep deploying it. Okay, I would like to do, I would like to alter some physical, some etheric chemistry.
Okay.
By changing. Ooh. I mean the. Are there like wires currently going from this taser to me, or
No,
is it like
there's no wires going
it's like
from... It's a dart.
Okay, it's a damn. Would I know what material, like the actual, like the what conductive material they'd be using for it? Would it be some copper? And if I disabled, if the copper no longer was copper, would it no longer electrocute?
You can't see the insides of the gun. Remember that you can only really... Oh, no, you can perceive with matter. So you, make me a quick matter wits to see what you can ascertain. A quick feel with your senses.
1 success. I'm gonna make that. I'm gonna make that more than 1 success. Let's see how that goes. Reroll 2 of them. Oh, no, not 32 dice. I would like to reroll that, but I have not got them. It becomes 2 successes.
You can feel that some sort of wiring inside, which is highly conductive. It's probably some sort of alloy of silver instead of using copper.
Interesting. Okay, I would like to change it to something that isn't conductive.
Okay. You can only really do that range with touch without. Can you do that range without correspondence? Is it mostly touch?
Ugh. How close am I to him?
Like
How
a few feet away.
Like, do I need to be literally touching the piece of metal that's inside the gun, or like with touching the gun do it, or what?
What's your matter? 2.
2.
You can probably do it from here. You're close enough, and you've got matter to sense it. Yeah, you can do it.
Okay, let's change it. Like, iron's not conductive, right? Or I don't know
Iron's
what
conductive.
is. Or like, okay, no, it's still it is still conductive. It's just less conductive. Well, it was some metal that isn't conductive. I don't bloomin' know. Hackett would know.
All metals are conductive, just less so.
Can I change it to a solid that isn't metal then?
That would be a state change.
Well, if it's still
Or
like a
particularly
solid.
big transformation. Yeah, I would say the threshold would be 2 on that then. And do you want it to happen for the turn or for the scene?
I mean, I could change it into sodium. That's always fun.
Do you want to do that?
I mean, would it be
I mean,
exposed
these
to
guys have chosen
oxygen?
violence.
Okay. You can change it into sodium. I would still say the threshold on that is 2 because it's a dramatically different type of metal. But yeah. If you want to make it for the scene, if you want to make it for the scene, it's 3 successes you'll need. If you want to make it just for the turn, it's only 2.
We'll see how we go. And
You want to save for the turn for now, and then you can upgrade it with any bonus success.
yeah, no, I'll save for the turn, and then we'll find out what sort of dice I get and what I can do with that. So matter arret no modifiers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 4 successes.
You
Can I make it
affect
both
an additional one.
guns for more
Yes,
than...
you can.
And can
An
it be for
additional
more than the
success
turn?
for an extra gun. Yep. It would be for the scene, and it'll be both of the tasers. As the guy in front of you is pulling a
Okay,
taser.
fantastic. You now have sodium tasers.
Okay, there go. Both of them fire tasers.
Yeah,
Now,
that's
putting a
that's
high
it.
voltage through sodium just makes the sodium ignite. Now, there isn't actually a lot of silver in these because it's only
I
like
probably
the
should have turned some
circuitry.
other aspect of the tasers into sodium instead of the actual
But
thing.
both
But it
of
might
them
have still
do
fired in that
just
case.
flare. You can see flame lick out of them. Parts of the plastic warp, and the one in front, and he chucks it to the ground, grabbing it in his hand. The one in front of you just kind of flings it. Both of them spend their turn trying to fire their taser at you, and both having to fling them away as it begins to burn and warp. You can see them as they hit the ground, catch fire, and then the battery pack sparks, and you can see igniting flames. It's back around again. Your turn.
Okay, let me just have a quick look at
Really
life.
deviant. Reinforcements required.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Where is life in this blown PDF? There it is. Okay. I think I'd like to. Do I have like a path to escape? Like, can I start running in a direction without?
Yeah, it doesn't appear to be two of them at the moment, and you can start trying to leg it.
Okay. I want to leg it, and can I also heal myself with life?
Okay, if you want to only leg it at like a jog, you can try and heal yourself. If you want to go for flat run, that's going to take away from that.
Well, we'll go for half and half because the tasers don't work, so
Okay, you go for
I'm
jog.
not going to immediately get shot and be in trouble. Okay, so life. Alright. One success. I might do.
You can reroll 2 if you use willpower.
Yeah, willpower it.
Okay.
Again, I keep trying to keep saying I want to roll 32. Critical hit. Okay, 5.
Okay. You
The healing
take...
is 1 superficial per success. According to the thing,
Yeah.
So
your body recovers. The little burn marks disappear. The dart in your back just falls out. All of this, by the way, as you're casting, totally no paradox. There is no one around who counts as a sleeper.
nice. That's good. I do have sleeper bane. I don't want them to be near me.
Okay.
Yeah, so
As
he
you're
just kind of
legging it?
sets off running. He's like pulling out and like he has his kit on him because he was like, "There's a potential for a fight here." So he's got like his a theroscope and
Permission
he's
for
running it
lethal
over the
response.
injury.
Requesting permission for lethal response.
Both of them chase after you, bringing out batons, and they're going to attempt to hit you with batons as you run. So feel free to make me an athletics dexterity roll. They are going to take a penalty because they did draw their baton on the same turn they're attempting to hit you.
Okay. 2 successes. That's fine.
2 successes, so they do hit. And give me another roll.
Another athletics dex.
Mm-hmm.
4 successes. That's more like it.
So the second one swings wide. The first one, however, just catches you with the edge of the baton, doing 2 points of superficial damage.
All right.
As, again, you feel a shock go through your shoulder blade. Less powerful than the first one, though.
Okay, I now like to use life to boost self.
Okay.
I want to boost my dexterity. Or actually, I guess strength is running.
Strength will be running.
Okay, boosting strength. Two successes.
It takes what? 2 successes per point, or is it 1 success per point?
It's probably not 1 per point. Let's see.
Yeah, I think it's 2 per point.
Boost self.
It might be 1 per point and 2 per point over 5.
You may alter your physique, adding or subtracting up to 1 dot of any physical attribute. So I can only change it by 1, no matter
Yeah,
what.
and it will last for the scene then with the extra success.
Right, I'm now strength 5. And then it's just full power and just boom, 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 boom. Like,
Okay.
I'm just gonna outpace them. Hopefully
however,
faster than they get approval to use guns and start shooting at me with them.
That does, however, mean you'll be jogging for the turn because you're not putting the effort into run, you're putting the effort into casting. So they're going to attempt to swing at you again. Make athletics, dexterity times 2.
Okay. Damn. 2 versus your 5.
Okay, the first one, 2 versus 5, you take
3.
2 plus
Versus
3.
7.
You take
Jesus
5
Christ.
points of superficial.
Oh lordy. Okay, well the 5 points of superficial takes me down.
The 7 stops just shy
Damn, I
of
was
your
doing
face as you
so
hit the
well.
ground.
Okay, I
So we
throwing
see
spells all
Hackett
over the place. It was going
casting
great.
The dart pops out of his back. He heals up. You can see the little burn begin to move. He casts again. You can see his muscles bulge, and they start laying into batons. And as he's about to jump a hedge, one of them strikes him on the back of the leg. His leg goes numb, and he hits the hedge and collides just through it. The second one brings the baton down and stops just like a few centimeters from his face. And you black out. Hassan.
Yeah, mate.
You head down towards the transport depot?
Yeah, I do.
You had got a message that I was posted up in the shrubs by the road, and roughly where that is.
Due to budget cuts, the next remaining episodes will all take place in a redacted cell. No, don't be
Okay.
silly. We're gonna use our sets. It's just only Hassan from now on. Sorry.
Do you head up into the trees to meet up with Hackett then?
Last I heard, yeah.
Okay, make me a wits awareness roll.
Of course I will. Because I hate myself. 3 successes only. I'm not rolling well today. Actually, while you're doing that, I'm gonna actually roll power reroll. Probably a good idea that I just literally called that before you finish rolling.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
Okay.
4 to 5.
So you head up there. You get up into the tree line, and you can't see Hackett from where you are, but it is kind of a long tree line. It's several hundred meters long, and there's a lot of hedges, and especially like a little bit forested bit over here towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
Make me... no, with 4, you come across a little bit of burned ground nearby. There's like little circles and then little dots around it where the grass has been burned.
They got Hackett. Shit. Well, this is definitely the place, so that's nice. I'm going to scout out the area, walking in a rough circle around the transport depot.
Okay.
And I'm going to slowly keep an eye on how many people there are. What do they look like?
You've only been walking for a few hundred meters before a guy in overalls approaches you. Excuse me, mate. What are you doing around here? This is a private property.
Sorry. I seem to have lost my bearings. Can I sense this person? Are there any spells to buff this person up?
Make me a forces wits roll.
If that's useful.
6. No, doesn't appear to be any kind of weird forces spells or correspondence spells or spirit spells to buff them up in any way. Yeah.
I would like to sense my surroundings with correspondence.
They do seem to be, I mean, with 6, they do seem to be particularly strong of willpower. Like, they are maybe naturally resistant to spirit or something like that, but there's no, like, active spells or anything.
See, I had a friend pass through here. I described Dr. Thresher, not Dr. Hackett. You wouldn't have happened to see her, right? She was wearing these fancy sandals. Purposefully, that one was a lie. And I'm going to keep an eye upon my surroundings because I don't trust any of this.
Sorry, mate. I don't know exactly what you're talking about.
Insight?
Make an insight roll. Insight wits.
Now I'm critical hitting like nobody's business. 6.
Okay. Not only is he lying, but also he seems to recognize you.
catch. I pull up my cane and toss it at him, and I would like to increase the rate of momentum on the cane the moment I toss it to a high enough level it will knock the man over.
Okay. Make me a forces plus a ret roll.
I'd love to, mate. I'd love to.
As with a burned hand, he pulls out a taser. This guy is not having a good day.
No, he is not.
Bloody reality deviants, they're everywhere.
Only one success, but that's not going to cut it for me. I'm calling upon the name of God right now, so I will willpower reroll using true faith, not willpower. Oh, only two successes.
He is not taken by surprise, but I will give him a minus for the good initiation.
Yeah.
Athletics, dexterity. Actually, he's fighting back, so effectively it'll be an opposed roll. He'll be opposing with firearms. No, he's drawing that. So yeah, it'll be just normal dex.
He's also trying to draw a weapon at the same time.
1. So 2. It gets an extra 2 damage, plus 1 because it's forces, because forces always does an extra point of damage. So what does your cane normally do?
2 superficial because it's reinforced.
So it does 5 points of superficial damage as it smacks into this guy across the chest and goes spinning end over end and goes really far into the transport deck. Like it just keeps going. And this guy is like knocked to the ground and has to get back up.
I don't let him get back up. I'm immediately on top. I muttered the words El Hasib while I did that, the Reckoner, and now I hold him directly to the ground.
Okay.
I'm going to grab his taser with one hand.
I'll need you to make me a roll strength roll then.
I'd love to, yeah. 4 successes. It's a paradoxical critical. Vulgar critical.
Right, in which case I will make a... It'll be firearm strength to him because he's trying to get the gun at you as you're trying to wrestle it.
Mm-hmm.
So firearms, strength. No modifiers. 5.
I'll willpower reroll.
Okay. We've Raid Hassan. Raid Hassan is on site.
6 successes.
Okay,
And
you
critical,
manage to,
and
like, grab the gun away from him. The taser leaves his fingers as you kind of push him backwards. Okay, what would you like to do next?
Sound is a force.
Mhm.
I'm going to they recognize me. I'm going to use forces to cause the feedback coming from his headset to deafen him. And then I'm going to run.
Okay.
Notice that I'm not getting much paradox right now because everything I'm doing is very coincidental. Or at least I'm trying
I mean,
to
there's
make
also
sense.
no sleepers here.
It's true. That helps.
Okay, go for it.
He doesn't know that. Riyadh doesn't know that. Forces, Arret. Come on. Critical hit, 4 successes. Oh, that's going to kill the... Poor bastard's dead.
I'm going to attempt to shoot you. He draws a pistol. He's going to take minus because he's drawing.
Mm-hmm.
Firearms.
I thought I said to grab the gun, didn't I?
Yeah, you grab the taser. He's pulling a
Oh,
gun, an
holy
actual
cow.
pistol.
So he's rolling critical hits. Everyone's rolling 4 dice and getting 2 10s and
I'll give you the option. Do you wish you both to be successful or both to be fails?
4 successes with firearms means force aggravated, right?
It means whatever the damage is to firearm with no net. So it will only be the damage of the firearm, but it will be lethal damage. This is a gun, unless he's loaded it with some sort of weird ammo.
Okay. Hear me out. They both fail, but there is enough of a piercing noise that it does annoy him.
Yeah, like there's definitely like a wing of... The bullet like skims and actually goes through like a ruffle on your side of your shirt, and you can feel it tug at the side of you as the bullet goes wide.
Mate.
Stand down. Stand down. You twitch and I shoot.
We can talk. But I'm not going to let you hurt me.
You're in a free fire zone. With permission to engage you if you're in a free fire zone.
Are you afraid? I'm gonna try and. This guy recognizes me. I'm gonna do. Can I incite him to see if this? He does have a lot of willpower, but I've literally given him 5 superficial already, just by existing in his sphere. So I feel like I need to. I'm gonna try and test to see what this person's. No, that was the wrong button. Whoops. Wits insight. Wits. 3 successes.
He's very poker faced. It's hard to tell, but he is being very professional. It doesn't seem like this is personal. It just seems like he maybe knows of you, not knows you actually personally.
If I walk away, you're gonna shoot me.
I might have to. I'm waiting on approval. If you attack me, I will shoot you in self-defense. You are inside a operational area.
I'm still on top of him, right?
You, specifically because you were going for the gun and trying, you've got the gun as a priority. He's kind of backed away from you a little bit, but he is still kind of trying to get to his feet right now. You aren't able to like kind of do both things in the same turn, but you did get the gun, so his taser was now non-operational.
Non-operational for him. Is it operational for me?
Yeah, it seems to be working. Very sleek, well-designed taser.
Mm-hmm. A technocracy operation in Webley. Fascinating. And then I fire the taser.
Okay, you both got your guns drawn and kind of going for each other. You can have a +1 dice, but this is going to be a dex, because specifically this is quickness of action. Dex firearms from you, dex firearms from him. You can have +1 to your dice.
That's not good for me, but let's do it anyways, right? That's what we learned from this game. No one's been injured by this. Oh no, that's not happening.
Oh,
One
no.
more willpower roll. Good lord. Two successes.
3 successes. Do you wish to, as you go to fire the taser and he fires first as you bring the gun online, do you wish to reactive cast to try and prevent this bullet from straight out hitting you and possibly killing you?
Yes, I would actually. Thank you for asking. What were my options with a speeding bullet? I could reduce the momentum to 0, couldn't I? I'll just fall.
You need to be able to perceive the bullet for that, and unfortunately, aside from really powerful time effects, you can't perceive the bullet fast enough. With forces, however, you could like solidify air in front of you a bit. You could just try and create an incredible high force of gravity in front of you. You could try and push his gun a little bit like away from center of mass. Like, there are a few things you could do. You just can't directly see the bullet to hit it with a spell.
Yeah. I think I'll do that. I'll up the density of air in front of me.
Okay. Oh, well, actually, that would be matter. I don't want to step on Bentham's territory here.
That's fair. Let's just reverse gravity so it goes up.
Okay.
You missed
It's a
like the
really
friction.
strong gravitational effect.
Can you do the friction, like increase the friction of the air or something? With
Yeah,
forces,
you can increase
there-
the friction in the air.
There are definitely forces ways to make yourself like bullet resistant, if not bulletproof.
Okay, roll me a forces are ret -2 for reactive cast.
-2.
Mm-hmm.
I need a critical for this to succeed then. With 3 successes. And I'm out of willpower. Oh, wait, no,
successes.
that's not what
That's a lot of dice. You did +2.
Yeah, I think that. Whoops. My apologies. I did not intend to. One success, but that's bad.
1 success will still reduce it. So, because it's only for the moment, it's not for the scene. So 1 success will still reduce it by, because it's 2 points because of damage. He hits you with what? Was it 1 net success? 1 net success plus the gun, which is 3. So he does 4 points of damage, and you reduce that by 2. You take 2 points of lethal damage as the bullet smacks into your chest, and you feel it go in, but it actually is slowed down enough that it doesn't go in far enough to lethally kill you and get to your organs. But you definitely feel that bang, and you get recoiled a bit. You don't get knocked down, though.
Did my taser go through at all?
No, it was an opposed roll, so whoever won would get the successful hit.
Okay.
So it discharges off to the side as you get hit and knocked to the side.
Speaking of air friction, can I create a vacuum around him? In his space, basically.
Yes. You would. If he moves, he'll move out of it. You'd need to anchor it to him in some way. Do you have a way to anchor it to him? You don't have Spirit 2.
No.
You don't have a way to anchor it to him. It would just be a localized anomaly.
Options. What could I do to take this person down for good?
You could surrender. Unfortunately, though, combat time.
Yep, you're right. I am going to... You know, it worked last time. I'm just going to toss the taser at him and increase the rate of momentum.
Okay. He is going to oppose by shooting you.
Great! We love that. Can I get a +1 because I'm that bold?
Unfortunately not. But go for it. Forces plus a rat.
Oh, come on. One success, and there's nothing I can do. Well, I'm dead. I guess we figure out what happens now.
Oh no.
2.
Wow.
Can you willpower?
I don't have anything left, mate.
Oh no. Okay.
I think earlier though I did do a critical success that we still haven't discussed, so something
Which
could get
one?
worse. It was for Brawl. It was a messy critical and I did succeed, so something terrible is... I'm still waiting for that too.
Right, yeah, messy critical. That would only happen on a rat roll spell casting. You're human, so you don't really go messy most of the time, I think. Let me just check. Messy critical on brawl? Actually, no, you might be right, because you have quiet, so...
I do quite, yeah.
Right,
Quite
you're
one.
completely right. Completely right.
I love being right.
Messy success, and you've got a dynamic at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Low success of the character successes come as a side effect that the character changes the world around them. The character might use a crafting tool as part of the design. The character... and what was that? Was on your brawl?
Roll.
You use something like to your detriment that you can't use later or whatever. What do you have on you? Oh, your phone.
Right.
As you go to punch him, you still have the phone that you were texting Hackett in one hand. And as you go to punch him, you smack it into him repeatedly, and it discharges a little bit of electricity into him from the battery as the phone's force gives out. And the phone's battery is now dead and burned. The phone is not operational. That is the side effect of messy. Completely right. Thank you for pointing that out.
Would that have caused enough damage to have knocked him out before all of this happened?
It wouldn't, because unfortunately messies are only the flavor. But yeah. However, you are now out of willpower, so you'd actually have a -2 on that forces roll. So if you can re-roll it with a -2, there is a chance you'll still succeed now.
Yay!
Oh my god.
It's an improvement. It's 2.
No, you
instead of
draw.
1.
Draw. And I started the contest, didn't I?
Well, no, you're both attacking each other.
Mhm.
It's a directed thing. You can choose. Again, I'll let you choose. Do you want to both succeed? In which case, you'll probably die. He also might die. Your choice. You can both miss or both succeed.
I think I'll both miss.
Okay. His gun again goes off to the side as the taser kind of just about clips his shoulder, not enough to damage him, but enough that it sends him stumbling. The gun, bang, up in the air. What do you want to do now?
I would like
And yourself in.
to run.
Okay. Make me an athletic strength roll.
No modifiers. Oh, come on!
Oh, 1.
How does this bloody keep happening?
And willpower will be wonderful right now to re-roll all those.
Yeah, too bad I've been fighting this same bloke for about 2 hours.
He's going to attempt to try and keep up after you, and he's going to try and attempt to hit you now. He's going to pull out his baton and try and make a attack roll on you. Minus for the baton, and minus because you did get a success on your run. Make me an athletics dexterity roll to dodge this.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Oh god, crit.
Yeah, this is fun. Oh, come on.
Okay, so 4 plus the 2, that's 6 points of damage. How much health you got left?
0. Wait, what? Wait, hold up. Hold up. There's something we've been forgetting.
What?
Is this person truly evil or tainted?
No.
Oh, I have an additional number of. I have a point of armor that counts against direct mystic attacks, torture, or other thematic sources of damage equals my true faith.
No, it's not torture or traumatic source of. Let me check for you.
Yeah, sure. I'm just trying not to die, chat. Don't get upset with me that I'm rules lawyering, not dying. I feel like that's acceptable. So how's everyone's day been? Good?
I got beaten up. Didn't get tased.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I
I've
did
been
also
shot.
get tased. I got
Yeah, you
tased
did
and
get
beaten up.
tased because I
Yeah.
felt some solidarity there. But
Lucky you, I got
we're tased
shot by-
friends.
I got shot by a gun. Good on you.
Well, that's what happens when you take their taser.
Roll me your true faith, which is just 1 dot. I mean, admittedly, you used it, but I just want to check something.
Okay, we can do that. No hunger or quiet because that's not what it is. Oh, fuck.
Oh, no.
As you attempt to run, he runs up behind you and, jumping with the extended baton coming out, slams the tip into your shoulders. You spasm, your shoulders like lock together, and you begin to choke as your windpipe closes down as it spasms closed.
Wait, so someone did mention in chat, could I take an aggravated willpower to reroll? Athletics check. Basically, I take another superficial willpower damage. Or a choke to death, it's fine.
So
Let me
you're
check. I
saying
don't
his
think
shoulders
that's-
lock together? That's not how shoulders
Shoulder
work.
blades. They lock back and together.
Okay. As long as it's.
I don't think you can
physically
spend willpower
possible.
once it's been spent. Let me just check.
But it because superficial and aggravated willpower damage are 2 different things.
Yeah, unfortunately, they don't flow over. Willpower expenditure when impaired.
I like the chat's keeping track of the rate of tasings, battenings, and being shottings.
Yep. Good for chat. Thank you.
Oh, this is actually apparently a confusing point.
Oh, look at that. Great.
We can hope. Good
My
dream.
apologies.
You can continue spending willpower even if your tracker is full by superstition. It turns superstition aggravated. It's not really explained in the rulebook. Yes, you may.
And I probably would have re-rolled earlier. Because that last athletics check was not going to do me much. I would have re-rolled on the run.
It would allow you to reduce the number of dice against you. Effectively, it would cause a negation on my roll. I'd take more penalties. So if you would like to, you may reroll. And because we didn't know this rule earlier, I'll say if you wish to spend the willpower now, you can do it without marking aggravated. It'll just be effectively a free point of willpower because we didn't know this rule earlier.
Excellent. I'll do that. We learn something new every day.
There you go.
Which am I rerolling the athletics dexterity or the athletics strength to run?
The very last one,
The very
that
last
it was
one,
the
so-
athletics dexterity.
Max of 2 then.
Okay,
3
so that gave me only 2 plus 2. You took 4 instead of that, so you would have taken full and 1 overflow instead of full and everything overflow. So you're unconscious with 1 point of aggravated, and as your shoulder blades lock together and your windpipe does spasm closed, it does open back up, but you do fade to black, however.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone is unconscious.
Well, great game, everybody.
I'm tempted to call it for today, but we will continue. We have an hour left. So, let's start with Thresher.
Okay.
Test. That'll do. Thresher. You kind of come to consciousness. It's dark. You can kind of feel something against you, rough and coarse. Your hands are kind of held, splayed like that, open in something tight and like feels metal on the inside. They're behind your back, and you can feel that whatever you were carrying and wearing has been stripped from you. Now wearing kind of like something uniform jumpsuit in kind of a feel. You definitely now kind of wake up a bit more, and you realize that you have some sort of sack bag on your head, completely cutting off your vision. Your hands are encased in gauntlets and behind your back, and you can kind of feel the effect of a sedative going through your head, which is making everything kind of swim. What is your name?
I'm not going to tell you. Do you know my name? Because I can't remember my name.
What is your name?
I don't know. It must be something. I think it starts with an A. Can you help me out?
What is your name?
Are you a robot? Are you like one of those Alexas?
We have your companions.
I had a dog when I was a kid, but that dog's passed away.
Every time you lie to us, there will be consequences for your companions.
I haven't lied to you. So you're not a robot. Yeah, I guess you're not a robot because we're having a conversation right now.
Make me a manipulation subterfuge. You suffer a -1 from the effects of the drugs.
Okay. Do success.
Okay. Hi, everyone at home. Welcome to a content warning. This may include scenes that some people may find disturbing, so if that is a problem, feel free to just tune out for a bit, like go get a cup of tea or whatever. I'm sure mods in chat will let you know, whatever, but it's gonna get a little bit of fun from here. So, Teresa Thresher.
Yes.
Sack is pulled from your head, and you can suddenly see blinking into very bright lights in front of you. There's a figure standing in front of you who's backlit, so it's just a black silhouette. They
Can I
walk
help
forwards,
you?
and they spin you around, pulling the chair across the ground. You can hear concrete moving under metal legs of the chair. As you can see behind you, the form of Hackett and Hassan, both seemingly unconscious.
Who are these other people that you've put in here with me?
Last chance. What is your name, Reality Deviant?
You know, how about this? You tell me your name, maybe I'll remember mine.
One of them steps forwards with a taser, fiddles with the dial on the side, goes over to Hackett. You see his body convulse. Hackett, take a point of superficial damage.
Y'all really like your tasers. I guess it's kind of weird how much
What
you
is your
like your
name?
tasers. My name is Mrs. Taser.
Take another point of superficial damage.
Basically mean turning super to ag, right? Because we're already full up on super.
Yeah, no, Hackett is turning superficial to aggravated. You can see him starting to, like, bleed out of his nose.
I think you got the wrong person.
Why are you inside this quarantine area?
I didn't know it was a quarantine. I woke up and went to work today and everything's been kind of weird.
Make a persuasion charisma roll. Or persuasion manipulation, whichever you prefer.
I'll do persuasion manipulation. Do I do a -1 or should I keep my mouth shut?
You don't suffer -1 to this.
Okay.
But thank you for asking. That's kind of you.
3 success.
Unfortunately, because you've lied already, he doesn't know what is true, so he will have to roll to insight you.
Okay.
1 success, enough that he accepts the truth.
Oh.
You don't see anything because the guy asks the questions behind you, but the guy who's up to the side holding the taser, they're all clad in black fatigues. These are guys in black body armor, black masks. Pulls the taser away. Please go on. What happened with your day?
It's just I'm trying to lean in to a naive point of view and hoping that they will believe that I'm a sleeper. I woke up. Well, I feel like it's a bad dream. You ever seen that really shitty movie with Bill Murray in it? Do you not watch movies? I haven't seen it either. I just know the premise of it. Also, why are you dressed like that? Is it like one of those like video game outfits?
The other one raises the taser again to Hackett's neck.
I don't know what you're trying to prove. I don't know these two men, so I don't care what happens to them.
Do the other one. Guy pulls the taser down, walks over to Hassan, into Hassan's neck. Hassan, take a point of superficial.
What do you want with me? I'm also not thinking straight. Did you give me something?
Yes. Something to
Okay,
help
well,
you.
that's illegal so many ways, but also maybe that's why I can't help you because I can't think clearly right now.
Please stop lying to us, Dr. Thresher.
Have you read my book? Is that how you know me?
You are a reality deviant. We would like you to tell us what happened so far. What
I have
happened in your
this-
loop?
Oh, are you having a loop?
Please tell us what happened in your loop.
Listen, I don't know you very well, and I have this
Do it
rule.
again. He raises the taser to Hassan's neck.
Because of how I'm bound, I can't cast my spell, my magic spells. Correct?
You would be taking a lot of negatives.
I know.
Yeah.
How many negative? I mean, they've taken. Okay, they've pretty much taken everything
It'd be
except
like
like.
-4,
I know.
which is how many
man.
dice we have.
The -1 would also apply to spell casting.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you'd be suffering like a -4 or 5. I could count it for you if you want, but it's going to be more than the 3 that you have to cast.
Okay. How bad a shape are Hackett and Hassan looking right now?
Both of them are unconscious, convulsing. You can see froth coming out of Hackett's mouth, Hassan's mouth, and Hackett is bleeding from the nose. You can see like As one of them goes over and checks under the eyelid, the eye is bloodshot.
I'll make you a deal. You take all this stuff off and we go sit in another room and we talk. And maybe you
Do
let
it
this stuff
again.
wear off a little bit.
Hassan takes no point.
Do you
Is
think
it
this
this-
bothers me?
Does this count as torture? EE?
Yeah, it would.
So I haven't actually taken that last point or this point either.
Okay.
Go ahead, continue.
I don't know who this is. I mean, I don't know who these people are. Do you think I care? Do you think I care if you hurt them? Do you think I care if you hurt me?
Put her under and try with the other one.
Ooh, you
Make
two
me
are
a
boring.
stamina resolve roll. -1. As a
Damn.
needle slides into the side of your neck.
Critical hit?
Oh, damn.
Okay. As you kind of get a bit woozy, you maintain enough to kind of vaguely stay awake. Do you try and fake being asleep, or...
No, because at this point I'm trying to make a power move. I'm going to show that I'm not affected by it. It's probably not the smartest thing to do, but at this point, these are not reasonable people. I can't see their faces, right?
The one in front of you is wearing like a full-on balaclava. The one behind you is backlit and is now behind you.
Can I try to look up at the guy behind me?
Yeah.
I want to see his face.
Okay. Looking up as you look behind, make me a wits perception roll. -1. It is kind of backlit and you have to crane your neck over.
Did you say -1?
-1, yeah. Unfortunately, the 2. You get a glimpse. It seems to be someone maybe mid-30s to 40, wearing a suit. And you can kind of glimpse that they are wearing gloves currently.
So is it enough that I can recall his face
To an
at some point?
It's not perfect. It's a bit like craning over your neck. You're groggy, tired, backlit, but you can kind of get a glimpse of the face.
I would just look at him and, oh, you're kind of handsome. I want him to know I saw his face.
If you do not answer our questions, we'll put you under and we'll try again with one of them. And we'll use you.
Okay, so if I answer your questions, like, will you help me? Or is it just like you're going to keep on
You are not
hazing
our
everybody?
priority here in Webley.
What is your priority here? Were you the guys who were like digging stuff up in the marsh?
How many loops have you been through?
Enough.
How many loops have you been through?
Are you asking me out? How
Where
many
is
loops
Agent
have you been
Winterbear?
through? You two ask boring questions.
Again, another person comes over, gets a fresh needle, hands it to the guy, slides into your neck. Make me a stamina resolve at a -2 now.
I really hope I can survive this one because that would be my favorite thing ever. -2. 2 success?
You stay awake for a few seconds, eyeing him before pass out.
I would
Unfortunately,
wink
because they
at
have to
him.
give you a double dose, you will take a point of superficial damage, which
All right.
they removed once so you woke up. You now take it again.
Okay.
Unfortunately, so sorry about that.
That's all right. I mean, I want to wink at the guy. as I'm passing out.
You
Okay.
do with 2. You kind of it's an awkward wink, and you just nod off.
Okay.
Hackett, please remove a point of superficial damage.
Okay.
You wake up. What is your name?
Do I have a hood on at the moment, or like, can I just...
You have a hood on.
Oh, shit. Where am I? What's going on?
Not your name, but it would be amusing if it was. What is your name?
Listen. I don't have any quarrel with you people. I just...
Are you infected?
What? With what?
What is your name?
I just want to be on my way.
Where
I
is
didn't
Agent
fight your
Winterbear?
people. Agent what?
What is your name?
Wait, who is the person? I might have heard their name.
Agent Winterbear.
Haggart's gonna make a show of thinking like he might recognize it. I'm not sure. It rings a bell. I don't know.
Manipulation subterfuge.
Okay.
You know, +1 because ringing a bell is easier to fake than. Oh yeah, totally know them.
Was it manipulation subterfuge or charisma
Mhm.
subterfuge? Okay.
Manipulation subterfuge, I'm afraid. -1 as well because it's hard to lie right now because your head is
okay,
swimming.
flat then. Damn it. 3 successes.
Okay.
Oh god, 3.
You are the
inside.
initiator. You win.
Aha!
Tell me more.
About what? What do you mean?
You said you recognized the name.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you what they look like or where I've seen them or anything. Listen, I didn't know that this was some like base of yours or whatever. I was just, you know, I was investigating. I was curious. All right. Like if you wanna.
What is your
like,
name?
you gotta put up a fence or something. There wasn't even that. It was just open ground. What kind
And
of
tell me your name.
perimeter is that?
This is a technocracy operation. What is your name?
Oh, brilliant. My name's Alfred,
Last name.
and I've got no quarrel with you people. I don't
Last
wanna,
name.
I don't want to fight you people. You
Last
know, I'm sure.
chance.
Hack it, all right? I just keep to myself. I don't want you ruining.
The
Listen. I don't.
bottom of your hood is pulled up. You can only kind of see light coming in the bottom, but it doesn't go up high enough to your eyes. Someone pushes what appears to be something like glass up to your mouth, and you can feel water lapping at your lips. Drink. You've been unconscious several hours.
I take like a small sip. Am I able to like matter perceive what like if it's water or if there's something else in it?
You'd be able to perceive the water roughly, but you would need probably knowledge of anything more advanced for that. Do you have a specialism in chemistry?
I do.
Then make me a intelligence matter roll.
Four.
It is more pure water than you'd get from tap water, but it is pure.
Okay, I'll drink some more of it then.
There's some salts in it, but that seems to be just rehydration salts.
Sure. He drinks it.
Okay, they carefully tip it. They're trying not to spill any, but like obviously a little bit will spill, but
Listen,
We're ready to
I'm sure
continue.
you have the report of what happened out there. I defended myself. I tried to run. I didn't try and kill your people or anything.
we recognize that, and that's why you're in this current situation. You're inside a quarantine zone. How many loops have you been through?
It depends on how you define a loop.
I appreciate your prevaricating, but my patience is wearing thin. Please define how you define a loop, and then tell me how many loops there have been.
I guess I would call it a loop if I went through it again after the first time.
Okay.
One
The
and a
first one
half.
was 0. This is the...
Okay, this is if the time before it looped was 0, then this is 2.
This is the second loop.
If you want to try and resolve the loop, then yeah, I could try and help. Lend my expertise. But you don't care.
Persuasion, charisma roll. Or persuasion manipulation.
Go for persuasion manipulation, but it's not gonna go well anyway. 1.
Then please explain as much as you can to help us. We are not here for you. The presence of Riyad Hassan makes things more complicated. Dr. Teresa Thresher has been very helpful. But with your expertise, we would appreciate your help.
But what do they mean to the whole thing? I don't think they have anything to do with it either.
That is what we're here to ascertain.
Well, none of us did it, if that's what you think. None of us have that kind of capability.
Teresa Thresher has already explained much to us. She told us that this was the third loop, but I assume that she included that the first time through was a loop, despite it being a normal event.
It's like ground floor, first floor, and all that. Probably.
She did sound American. That makes sense.
I don't know. Time's looping. It loops at some early hours of the morning and goes back to this morning.
What is the start time of the loop?
I don't know exactly.
What is the start time of the loop?
I don't know. The morning. That's what I got. How come you don't know?
I'll be asking the questions. When does the loop end?
I don't know. This has only just started for me.
Have you noticed anyone acting oddly? Anything out of the ordinary?
No, the loop goes the same.
Have you noticed anything happen in the sky at any point?
Nope, haven't been looking. Does something happen in the sky?
Were there any explosions? Any collisions?
I haven't seen any.
Do you know of anything that might be pertinent to this conversation, Alfred Hackett?
That's a very broad question. I mean, I thought
You said you
people
want to
were
be
responsible.
helpful.
Because, usually you people are responsible for this kind of thing. And it definitely wasn't me, and I don't think it was either of them. I had a nice
You know
little
it was
thing
not
going.
them.
What surprises me is that it apparently isn't you.
We need to know the extent of the loop.
Well, I don't know, you seem to know more than I do.
Can you tell us about the thing that re-entered the loop?
What?
What
do
time
you
did
mean?
it make contact?
What are you talking about? I don't know what you... What re-entered the loop? You're gonna have to give me some context here. Are you there?
When does the loop end?
I don't know. What do you mean about re-entering the loop? If you explain it, I might know what you're talking about.
Sometime after 9:37 a.m. today, and the early hours of tomorrow morning, a foreign body will enter the loop. We need to know when and where.
Oh, I don't know then.
You do realize you're vaguely lying?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, manipulation, subterfuge with -1.
Yeah, I'm hoping my cooperation in a relative sense so far will help. What is it?
It got you this far without a check. Manipulation, subterfuge, -1.
Yeah, -1. There we go. 1 success.
The bag is pulled off your head. You see a figure standing in front of you, backlit. You're roughly pulled around the chest, scraping on the concrete, and you now face Teresa Thresher and Rieta San, both unconscious.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Tell us when the entity makes contact. Tell us which one of you made contact with the entity.
I don't know what it is or when it happens. I don't know what you're talking about.
Go for it first. One of them raises a taser right into Thresher's neck. Thresher, you take 1 point of superficial damage. It will overflow an existing superficial to make a aggravated point. She convulses sharply, and you can hear something break in her neck.
Can I life detect the two of them?
Make a life wits -1 roll.
Three.
Yeah, you know that there are 3 other individuals in the room and those 2, and you know their exact health.
What is their exact health?
Is verbalized.
3 aggravated, 2 superficial.
And how much? Oh, your total is 5. Okay.
Total 5.
Katie?
Okay. Sorry, what again am I looking at to...
Your HP.
Your health.
So my HP, I have 1 aggravated, right?
Yep.
The whole thing is filled with the...
Oh, so 4 superficial, 1 aggravated.
Okay. So I'm
So it
still
should be like
figuring out.
that, right?
Okay. I
Yep.
wasn't sure how to do that. So, okay.
Oh,
yep,
your
that's
willpower
fine.
is full as well. Oh, God.
No,
Everyone's
I
having
used
a
up
rough
all
day.
my willpower. I guess I
Yeah.
didn't click these off.
No,
so.
you have. It's right that they're empty.
Yeah, full
Okay.
is in full use of willpower, I think.
It should be that color for superficial damage.
Okay, I'm still learning the colors.
That's okay.
Okay. Importantly, Hackett knows how much leeway he has.
Okay.
Is there anything else in the room that I can see? Is it just the two of them, me, and this one other guy? And I didn't
With them,
detect
it
any
appears
other
to
living
be
people, right? Oh, no, I
a
detected-
large metal container,
I
like a
detected-
concrete
I
floor,
detected-
like
I
a small
detected 2
warehouse.
living people, right? Like the guy interviewing me
3
and
others.
the guy... Oh, 3? Oh,
There is one behind you, behind the lights, you've never seen.
right. And then there's the guy holding the taser and this guy interrogated me. Okay. So I suppose like none of my possessions are here, not even like my pocket watch, maybe?
No, you are stripped into a jumpsuit.
Damn it, because if I had the pocket watch, I would know exactly what time it was, which would be very nice. Does anyone have a watch on? That's something they could slip up with.
The one in the full body armor and stuff has a watch, but it has a flap over the dial. You can't see the dial.
Would I be able to use matter to determine like the position of the hands?
It's definitely not a physical watch, I'm afraid.
Okay.
It is an LCD watch. You could use forces.
Damn it, forces would tell you the time. If only someone in the team had forces who might start talking if I get knocked out. Cool.
Tell me about the entity.
I don't know what it is.
Crocker again. Take another point, overflowing into lethal. Her foot kicks out the bindings and it twists in an odd way as she can't move it away from the bindings on the chair. The cable tie's holding it tight and you can see it kind of contorting.
I'm not lying to you, I don't know what the thing is.
Tell us what you do know.
I haven't seen it. I heard that something lands. That's all I know. I didn't even know that was what you were talking about initially.
Okay,
You were
where?
very vague.
Where does it land?
I don't know.
The interception teams were unsuccessful?
What?
Where does it land?
I said I don't know.
Where is Agent Winterbear?
I don't know. I don't know them.
Why are you here?
You brought me here. I live in Webley. I have a flat that I
Why
keep to
were
myself
you in the vicinity of this station? Sorry.
Because you kidnapped one of my friends, or at least I guessed as much, and sure enough. So I came because I thought you might be based out of here.
Where do you live in Webley?
I keep to myself. I just want...
Where in Webley do you live? I need to be able to know so I know how you were affected.
I don't want to tell you where I live.
If this is going to loop, I won't remember any of this. Tell me where you live.
I don't try and fight the technocracy. I just have my place. Well, I mean, if it's going to reset, then why do I need to tell you? It doesn't matter.
My job here is to prevent this getting any worse. Alfred, I'm sure you can understand. I have no mean to harm you.
You've been doing plenty of harm already. Look, the other two of them are
You
unconscious.
consort with a very
until
dangerous
minute ago.
individual. Riad Hassan is responsible for many destructive acts.
What are you talking? Did he give you guys a bloody nose when they tried to take him down?
He's a wanted fugitive from the technocracy.
Everyone's a wanted
Traitorous
fugitive
member
from the
who is-
technocracy if they're not in the technocracy.
He used to be a member. He betrayed the people who trusted him.
Yeah,
He was
it's a funny-
responsible for the death of many people.
Funny thing for the technocracy to say, talking about betrayal.
Are you aware of Lyle Murray?
I'm not sure. I might know a Murray something. Big Murray.
An associate of Riad Hassan. Lyle Murray is the one responsible for the stabbings in York Park 2 years ago, where many of your fellow mages died. Do you still wish to consult with this individual and think that this is wise?
Alfred just stares. Eventually, he's gonna look down, probably glance over at Hassan.
We have no issue with the Sons of Ether.
I bloody felt like you have an issue.
We have an issue with Webley. What time does the inner entity arrive and where?
I don't know.
Where do you live?
No, I'm not telling you. You're not taking that from me.
Do you live inside the perimeter?
I don't know, probably. What's the perimeter? You did
How
seem to have a very
far
loose
does the
idea of what
chronoton
counts as a
radiation
perimeter.
extend?
The what?
How far does the chronoton radiation field extend?
Does Alfred know if that, like, is the technocracy word for paradox?
Make a science int roll.
Okay.
Do you have a specialism in technocracy or not?
No.
Okay.
3.
You want to willpower that?
No.
The most you would know is it sounds like some sort of particle, and chrono is time, but you wouldn't know beyond that. He seemed to implying there's some sort of time radiation.
The chronoton radiation? I don't know what that is. I mean, if it's some kind of radiation, can't you just scan me or something?
Are you hoping that when the loop resets, this interrogation will be over?
It will be nice. I wouldn't say I'm not looking forward to that. I'm at home, I'm in my dressing gown, it's pretty pleasant, there's good music on.
If
Haven't
I go
got
so
bored of
far
that
as
yet.
to kill one of your friends, they will just reset.
I don't know how that works. I don't know what kind of stuff is at play here. You want to mess with that?
The quarantine field is here for a reason.
Quarantine field? What?
What time does the entity arrive?
What's the quarantine field? Again, your idea of what a quarantine counts as is extremely
You feel a needle
vague.
slide into your neck. Make me a stamina resolve roll
Ah, damn it.
with a -1.
It's -1 for.
Drugs.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh, only one? I'm
that's a
supposed
fail and an unstable one.
I'm supposed to be big strong man, and I just totally get wrecked.
Not big, strong enough, man. You refuse to acknowledge something in the scene as existing. For the remainder of the scene, they treat the object as if it didn't exist.
But this counts even though it's an attribute roll?
Yeah, it's an effect of the static denial.
That's a great time for that
You're
to kick in as I
unconscious,
pass
though.
out.
I guess when you wake up, you'll imagine you aren't bound temporarily. You refuse to believe you're bound. You're like,
Oh,
nope,
that's fun.
nope, can't happen to
I
me.
just
Nope.
try and get up and
Yep.
pull.
Repeatedly, and you won't acknowledge it for the entire scene. Hassan, you wake up. There is a figure standing in front of you. No, you don't see it. Sorry, bag on your head. You are conscious. You can feel the bag, the jumpsuit. Briat Hassan. You are in a weapons-free free fire zone. You could have been shot by now. As a traitor to the technocracy, we have permission from higher up to shoot you whenever you are in a free fire zone. Dr. Robert Graham has given us complete authorization.
A brilliant thing, isn't it? It's not really the technocracy, it's just Graham and his crusade. Otherwise, I would be dead long before now. Thank you for telling me where I am. I appreciate it.
What do you know of Agent Winterbear?
No idea who you're talking about. Is that Chen? I thought her name was it Sea Turtle or something?
Feel free to make a oh god, what would this be? Resolve int roll. Memory check.
Was it Resolve int roll? Yeah, okay. That's a good roll for me. I think it's a -2, right? Because of all the willpower damage, unless one of those is recovered.
Yes, it'll be a -2. Willpower does not regenerate that easy.
4 successes.
4, even the master wow. Okay, yeah. You remember that there are 4 individuals who have responsibility for each of the zones around here and each lead teams. And you know these individuals work for the NCP.
Mm-hmm.
Winter Bear, Spring Bear, Autumn Bear, Summer Bear. They are all in the Neutralization Specialist Corps, part of the Void Engineers.
Right. So I do know Winterbear. Have I met Winterbear personally?
Ooh. That they did have an overlapping jurisdiction with you. Briefly, yes. But only briefly. Like, you might recognize them. That's about it.
Pronouns?
He, him.
Fine. I haven't seen Winterbear since, well, a long time. No idea what he's up to. Could you take the bag off my head?
The bag is pulled a little bit up and glass is pushed to your mouth.
Thank you. I don't drink it.
They take it away. What time does the entity enter the area?
What entity?
Dodorata-san,
Hmm.
we have all rights to charge you with being a traitor to the technocracy. However, we're going to be a little more lenient than Dr. Graham would like. What time does the entity enter the perimeter and where?
I'll repeat. Which entity? What entity? Describe it. Give me something.
You will have
fuck's
seen
sake.
something in the sky. Unfortunately, you are
witch on a
cleared for
broom?
no more than that anymore, as you decided to leave the technocracy under less than cordial terms.
You know why I left.
When does the entity make contact?
I have not seen any entity in the sky.
The bag's pulled off your head. You see an individual again, backlit in front of you. The chair is roughly turned around, and you see Thresher and Hackett, both unconscious.
I am telling the truth, though. I haven't seen the entity.
True, but you are, while telling a technical truth, you are also telling bullshit, because you are aware of more than you're telling. It could be a
Yeah.
subterfuge or manipulation. So please make me a subterfuge manipulation.
Impeccable lies count here?
It would. That would be
I
definitely an
don't-
impeccable lie.
It's only a roll of 3.
Minus 1 as
Because-
well for the drug.
So just a roll of 2. What? That's not
That's
how
no
that
dice.
works. That's not how that works. Manipulate. Oh, not composure. Manipulation. Not
Plus
charisma.
1, minus 1.
Manipulation +1, -1, so no modifiers. One
Fun.
success. Not enough.
Um,
It won't be enough. I know that already.
probably. Okay. You see an individual walk up to Teresa Thrasher, a taser to her neck, and take a point of aggravated damage to Teresa Thrasher. What time? We already know from Dr. Alfred Hackett that you three are aware of something. We already know from a very helpful Teresa Thresher several things more than that.
Well, no, I know you're lying. Teresa's anything but helpful.
It took quite a bit of effort, but she seemed to be fond of you.
Oh, wow. I don't even need to pretend to believe that one. Speaking of which, where's my health at?
Same place as it currently is, but you have 1 point less superficial.
So I've got 3 points of ag, 1 point of superficial. Okay, should mark that. The only possible thing that could be attributed to an entity is the meteor shower, but I never saw it.
Okay, tell us where it landed. What time?
Unsure, sometime after 10 p.m.
Sometime after 10 p.m. This is useful. What time? What? Where? Sorry.
Unsure, perhaps the southeast somewhere in the southeast, near past Thompson Metals.
In the vicinity
That's
of Little
over.
Old Field. Were any buildings damaged?
Not to my knowledge. But then again,
No
I only
injuries or
have this.
fatalities from falling debris?
I only have this secondhand, mate. Also, if it already fell but it hasn't fallen, it means you're aware of the loop.
We are aware of the loop.
Can I do a test to see if they're affected by the same spell we are?
How would you like to test that?
It doesn't have forces, so I can't use forces. Spirit wits, -1. Or no, it'd be
Spirit, wits, -1. Yeah. You know that the non-going spell has a spirit component.
one success.
Unfortunately, as you reach out, you don't really detect any spirit, but you also recognize this individual is pretty strong-willed. They seem actually resistant to spirit effects to an extent. That could be masking a spell, but you don't sense an active spell, put it that way.
Why were your men surrounding the Webley South Transport Depot?
Unfortunately, this is not your interrogation. You forewent that right when you left us.
I like how everyone assumes I left. Go ahead and ask your next question. See if I answer it.
How far does the field extend?
That I don't know. I wasn't the one who tested it.
How far does the field extend to the ones who tested it, such as Dr. Hackett?
Haven't told me. I do know that around, you know, the bar Cloister?
Yes.
Around there. Going down on the A3 past Red Home Industrial on the left-hand side.
What were the effects when going past the edge of the perimeter?
Difficult to describe. Tingling on the fingers, the usual.
Photon radiation.
Yes. He knows what this means. No question about it.
The edge of the perimeter is as good. And the perimeter is still intact. The loop's still ongoing. This is loop 2 or 3 if you count it the first time round as a loop. Which one?
Sorry. I
If you're
thought
not
you were
going to
just taking
answer,
notes.
which one should... Shock
Who's
both
the
of them.
biggest prick?
You take a point of aggravated. Thrasher walks over to Hackett. Hackett, you take a point of aggravated.
I have a feeling they'll both survive it. Because none of
Fine, I'm
them
a
look
tank.
that dead. Yeah. You especially. I'm not worried about you whatsoever.
It's particularly
Alright.
hard to do an interrogation when you know that the loop is just going to reset and they're going to be fine.
We have no idea of knowing that for sure.
That's what I'm counting on, but you are aware of that. You've done this interrogation from the other side.
It's true. It's true, I have. Still coffee and snacks out there. Or you set up for the long term with the short term?
It's a 24-hour operation.
I mean, I know what they're wearing. I know that it's a 24-hour operation. I'd like to add up as much of this knowledge as possible to get a general idea of. Does this seem like it was a last-minute thing or that it was planned? I want to try to insight them, basically. Am I taking them off guard by being here, or are they?
Okay. Wits insight for the gist of like people being surprised by you being here or not. That'll be a wits insight.
Yeah. Critical hit 7.
Thinking about it, when you were talking to that guy, he didn't recognize you initially. He recognized you after you talked to him. You know that general practice is if a technocracy guard is interviewing someone or talking to someone who might be a suspect, that there is always at least a second individual, where possible, obviously, watching or maneuvering into a position. That the guard is just not alone and unsupported. It's quite likely that someone ran your face through facial recognition while they had you. And then he was told. And he did look... There was a change. He did not expect you to be there. He was not pre-briefed around you. He changed and started to treat you more suspiciously.
Can I do...
And this guy is kind of going off your service record, which suggests that he may have downloaded your service record.
Is there any way I can try and see, judging by all the information I've collected so far, maybe using a role involving, I don't know, because I do have a specialty in technocracy, but it's in politics. I kind of want to see what kind of operation this is. Observation or something more.
Int investigation. No, wits investigation. Wits investigation on this.
Do I get a +1 for technocracy, knowing how they work? Even though it's in politics?
No, your specialization won't apply to this, but I will adjust the threshold based on your personal knowledge level.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, -2 because of willpower impairment, right?
Yes.
Fail. Don't know shit.
Fortunately, nothing comes to mind immediately.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I say your assessment of the loop seemed correct. What does it say in my service record anyway? Still have my code name in there.
Gifted individual.
Oh, how sweet.
Incredibly dangerous.
How accurate.
We'll wait until this is over and get a response from higher up about what to do with you. But I'm not minded to have you executed while you do not pose a threat.
Is there an effect upon you?
I'm not going to answer that. It's not
You
your
should.
interrogation.
I know, but you should. There is an effect upon the 3 people in this room who aren't you. That's what keeps us aware of when each loop happens. You might want to think if you can replicate the effect if you want to survive this. I don't think it's on you somehow. Does he seem struck aback by that?
Wits insight. -2 because you're impaired. Also
Love
an
to.
additional -1 for the drug. Sorry.
Wits. Should probably just... I'm just going to do a flat wits roll because that's...
Functionally the same.
It's the exact same. Why bother? 1 success.
Hard to tell. Very stony faced, backlit, really hard to tell what's going on over your shoulder. You're kind of going off very minimal data. What can you tell us that is useful?
I already gave you something useful.
What can you tell us that is more useful?
Why would I do that? You're going to kill me anyway. You're right. It is really hard to interrogate someone when they have both given up and they know something will reset. Give me an inducement. Something positive.
What can I give you?
Release Dr. Thresher.
That is not an inducement. You know that. If she is going to reset at the end of the loop, then she'll be free anyway.
Perhaps. At least this way I know for sure. It's quite easy thing to give. Why not give it?
Make a charisma persuasion roll. Or
Cool.
manipulation persuasion, your choice. You do again, unfortunately, suffer a -1 to this.
Life. Buddy, what the? Allah Akbar. Okay.
That was a nothing.
Start. Yeah, that was a
Big
flat
oof.
0. 0 successes, not even an instability, just nothing.
What time does the loop end?
Fine. Is there an effect on you? Yes or no? And I'll give you the direct answer. One word. Yes, no, straight answer. Me. And I know the exact time.
Tell you what. Take some of the premium, dust it, put it into a solution. Make a science int roll.
That's not what I meant to do. Would genetics help in this scenario?
Nope.
-2, -1?
Yeah, sorry.
Don't apologize. It's not your fault. I mean, it kind of is your fault.
No. The effect you're currently under is making it difficult for you to lie, manipulate, and also making it somewhat difficult for you to use your abilities.
I figured as much.
If I increase the dosage, it may interfere with the spell activating that you are under. Since you're worried about Dr. Thresher, if you tell me what time the loop starts and ends, we will not give her a large dose of this. I have no idea what effect it will have, but it is possible it will stop you from looping.
What's your name? Agent.
John Doe.
What's the name?
John Doe.
Gondo?
John Doe.
You are quite good at this. Congratulations. 9:37 a.m. to 2:51 a.m.
Not as long as expected.
No,
Thank you.
quite short.
Don't bother the premium. You feel a needle slip into your neck. Make me a stamina resolve roll. -1.
Hold on. There we go. Stamina. -1. 3 successes.
You kind of groggily stay with it.
No, I don't. I fall asleep.
Performance manipulation roll, -1. Actually, no -1. It's quite easy to fake being asleep when you are drowsy.
Would subterfuge count here, or does it have to be performance?
It would have to be performance. You're playing dead.
Oh god, only 1 success. Only one, like, only literally 1 die.
Oh, it's an instability as well.
Yay! We love that.
You overreact to a small stimuli and react as if something new has been introduced, which occupies your attention. This could be gunman, news article, or even rain. For the remainder of the scene, take a penalty to all rolls equal to your quiet to interact with anything other than this hallucination. What would you hallucinate right now to add to the situation that would take over your attention?
There's a couple things, and they're mostly people. You
Yeah,
know,
I was
people here to
thinking.
rescue me, people here to torture me. I'll give you those 2.
Yeah. Okay. You see a man sitting across from you, cross-legged, in between Thresher and Hackett. What does Lyle Murray look like?
Lyle Murray.
He's shirtless right now.
Did you say shirtless?
I mean, he's looking fit. Compared to Hassan, who's significantly bigger and broader in every aspect, Lyle is thinner, a bit more lithe, but very muscular, covered in red hair, and got a very matching mop of curly red hair on the top of his head, which is constantly in disarray, no matter what you do to it. Can't grow a full beard, or at least won't. So designer stubble all the way through, piercing amber eyes, and well, let's just say Hassan's favorite look is when Lyle's wearing that wolfish grin and literally nothing else. Right now, he's probably in a pair of very low-rise jeans because
You can actually see like the hip bones flexing inwards, and as you're kind of like paying attention, you hear someone in the background say, "Sir, his phone's damaged, but his mailbox has a text from Lyle Murray." "Ignore it. We don't have the manpower to deal with that. I'll deal with it tomorrow." "Yes, sir." "He's still awake. Dose him again." You get dosed again. Make a resolve stamina -2 roll.
all stamina.
And you get a -1 from your quiet because you're obsessed with the illusion, too distracting to focus on staying awake.
Solve stamina
-3 in total.
-3.
Yeah.
Fail.
Did you just instability again?
Yeah, I did. Aren't you happy, EE? These gifts I give you. You know what? I'm
Standing
gonna
behind Murray as you lose.
I'm going to aggravated willpower damage just see if I can do anything that isn't that.
I would probably suggest you don't.
Okay, fine. Describe something attractive. Feel free.
What does Dr. Roger Graham look like?
Oh, for fuck's sake! Of course, both of them now. That's just my bloody nightmare. Okay, Graham's on the shorter end, probably 5'8", and he's very insecure about it. Graying hair, but prematurely gray because the man does not have a single wrinkle on his face. No one knows why. Honestly, it's kind of a bit like what Bentham's going on now. His facial hair, very like waxed at the ends, but a goatee on the top, and that is the kind of man who will never ever be out of a suit. I'm pretty sure he showers in a suit. And he always has his arms crossed in front of him over his rather portly frame with wireframe glasses that he's constantly pushing up his nose.
Okay. As you're losing consciousness, you see Dr. Robert Graham, leader of the Void Engineers Neutralization Specialist Corps in Europe.
Wait, is it
Standing
Robert or
behind... Roger, sorry, not Robert. Roger. Standing behind Lyle Murray. "Oh, my, haven't you got yourself into trouble?"
Couldn't it be?
Hey, he sure has.
Couldn't it just be the nice
Very
fucking
disappointed
thing
in
for
you.
once?
Oh, well. Oh, look at this poor pup here. I think we'll have to put him down. He gently pats Lyle Murray's head, snaps the neck, and Lyle's body falls to the ground as you lose consciousness.
I'm going to kill you, Graham.
Well, you just have to put a bad dog down. And as you all fall asleep, unconscious, let me just pull something up. We see a man step out of the train station in Webley Bridge. We watch him from above as he walks briskly down the short flight of concrete steps, a pep in his step as he heads to teach his morning ethics lecture at University College London's South Campus. As his foot hits the pavement, a train passes, a pedestrian bumps roughly into him. Meanwhile, we cut to a spacious, minimalist but austere-looking office. In one corner, we see a man, red and slightly out of breath, as he talks and talks and talks, spittle occasionally flying from his lips, filling a long, dark leather couch. But he is not the focus of the camera. As he drones on, a woman sits in an armchair opposite. As she listens, soft music plays and speaks around the room, and a crow's peck at the windowsill outside. Our camera starts in darkness with only a low background hum. Faint music can be heard in the background, and with a sudden increase in volume and a flood of light, we see our character. Good morning again, Cabal. That's the end of today's episode. So, We'll be back next week with the corollary of that. I look forward to the after show. Let's go through our announcements again and wrap it up for today. The Mage map and guide are now on the Patreon. If you are at the Game Master tier and above, you can see those. Actually, player tier and above those, right? Party tier?
Party tier. There is no
Party
player
tier.
tier. Been
There
telling
is no
you
player.
for 4
Party
years.
You can keep telling me for more. It's a loop every day. Last season 2 finale is tomorrow, so look out for that. We have a new Ascension guest joining us this Thursday for chapter 3 of Ascension, when we'll be starting a new arc. Sally LePage will be joining us as Peachy, the most adorable owl that you have ever met. We are also sponsored by Roll20 that allows us to do all these amazing things with the overlays and the dices and the pop-ups and all that. So please check them out. And they have given us a Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition rulebook on Roll20 to give away. And there are details of that on our Twitter. If you want to go check out our Twitter, that'll tell you how you can get involved. But let's go through everyone and see where you can find them next week. What about Hassan, otherwise known as Werewolf? Who are you? What are you doing? Where we find you?
Hello, my name is Rudalee, but you can call me Werewolf. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me online at Werewolf Feels and on Twitch. All the things, really, where I talk about being a werewolf and having feelings. But I also stream some games on my own Twitch channel, Werewolf Feels. I also stream on other people's channels. You can find more information about that by following me on the Twitter. And on top of all of that, I am your favorite local reality deviant. Next.
Okay, what about Dr. Thrasher, Katie Peters Plays? Who are you? What are you doing? Where do we find you?
Hi, I'm Katie Peters Plays. I got tased this week on
You
this
all got tased
episode.
repeatedly.
I know. We all got tased. It's the hashtag Tase Gang.
I never got tased.
You know, Hassan
Did
just
you
got
not?
shot.
Baton. I got hit by
Yeah,
the
he got batoned
Okay.
and shot.
I got tased. You got batoned and shot. So we all got a little something today. You can catch me over my channel at Katie Peters Plays. I've been playing all sorts of weird stuff and just kind of hanging out. We went through my CD collection on stream yesterday, and that was fun because it was a trip down memory lane. So we do stuff like that. You can follow me on Twitter, PlayKatiePlay. I'm excited for next week. It was a bad idea to go confront them in the SUV, but you know,
You think?
no, I wanted to see what would happen, and now I know. So, but that's me, and I'm excited for I want it to be next Saturday already because I just want to know what happens. Please.
Okay, and what about Hackett, Bentham Plays? Who are you? What are you doing when we find you?
You can find me on Roll for doing all the things. I'm on Thursday, and I'll be on tomorrow for the finale of Last Ditch and all that kind of thing. And then also I have a YouTube channel and a Twitch channel. Mainly do stuff on the Twitch channel these days, where I am called, unfortunately, Mangled Pork. We've been doing some multiplayer games there recently. Yesterday we did some Starbase, and then we're already planning things. So probably next Friday I'm going to be doing some multiplayer Space Engineers, and then I think the following Sunday we might do a little bit of Barotrauma, seeing as my Sundays will now be freed up and I can, immediately, monetize them rather than, using them for free time or anything like that. Well, weekends are... Who'd use weekends for not working?
Always
It's
hashtag
crazy.
content.
Yep, no, everything is content. Turn your life into content. That's the way. Anyway, E, what are you up to?
Hi, it appears you're asking about a couple of my
That's
mods.
not
The
the-
answer is copy inserters and
That doesn't even make sense. That happened in the pre-show.
Hi, I'm Ender Elysium, and you can tell me more about the Perimeter, Agent Winterbear, the Chronoton Radiation, and all the other stuff. About the entity, the time, the loop, and everything at twitch.tv/Enter Elysium, where I'm currently playing a lot of Sprocket, where we design our tank and we take them for a spin with B&O scenarios. It's a lot of fun. Today we made a Zoom tank that went 70-something miles an hour while running in circles around enemies and blasting them in the side. It was a lot of fun. I believe we have other mean builds we're moving on to. Now we've made the fastest tank. We're going to have to make the most powerful spank? I don't know. That is not what I meant. That was a space tank, not a... We're going to go somewhere else now. Thank you very much, everyone. And we're going to do an after show. Just cut it, fade black, cut it, fade it, go, shoot.
Okay,
Good, no,
wait,
I-
is that everything? Did we do
Biggest
it?
That's everything. I
Spank?
think we did everything.
Yeah,
Well, no,
he
there might be
said
tips. There might be
spank.
tips. I didn't said nothing.
He definitely
can't
A
said
prove
space
it.
tank.
the biggest spank. He definitely said
Shut
those
up.
words.
You can't prove anything. It's not like we've
it's
clipped.
Someone
recorded.
clip that.
No,
Clip it. There's probably not enough
it's
time.
not
Clip it. If
recorded.
you haven't already clipped it, clip it.
No, we're a minute out. You can't.
Damn it.
You bit.
There were no tips today. We're good. We're going. We're
Okay,
finished. We're
thanks for watching,
done.
everyone. We'll do after show. Bye.
Bye.
A little different than all the rest. I'm quite old-fashioned, wear a hat, sometimes play chess. And when I'm out, I'm looking for that vintage